Also, we're already starting. Anyway, we will have several presentations. It's going to be like yesterday, a mixture of country presentations and some special presentations. And later on afternoon, we'll have to discuss which drivers and which responses are the most important, most relevant to our region, so that those two lists, one list of drivers and one list of responses, would be communicated to the global audience on the global meeting in Thailand. That's why now when you see on the screen presentations with a list of drivers and responses, please try considering which of these drivers and responses are also relevant to your case. That would prepare all of us for the afternoon discussion. So if you will have ready on mind, we will understand what drivers are most common in the region, what responses are most feasible. It would be easier for us to prioritize the list. And now we will start with a very brief special presentation about the role of millets in animal nutrition. After that, I will give very brief presentation about livestock environmental assessment partnership. And then we will have another special presentation from a Turkish NGO, GASL member, Yolda, who are working on a pastoral livestock production systems in the Mediterranean region. If I continue with country presentations, we will have Turkmenistan presentation and Turkey presentation, and after coffee break, the Ukrainian presentation, and another one, a special presentation about organic livestock. So now I'd like to invite Mr. Vaishal in the lab. We will ask quickly about all of millets.
So, as you mentioned, my presentation is gonna be a little out of context today, and I didn't follow the exact presentation content, and I have my permission from the Yuri. So, before get to presentation, I would like to thank to Yunus and Batuhan, and of course to Yuri for this organization, and also thank you for really kind invitation. So before get started, I would like to raise a question to all participants, and I would like to raise your hands after the question, my question. So hypothetically, let's think you are all feeding the animals, and you are feeding your animals with the corn, and I will tell you there is a crop which requires less water, less fertilizer, less chemicals, plant protection materials, and also this plant is drought tolerance, and it's also non-GMO. Would you prefer or change your corn with these crops? This is a question for you. Anybody? Still go with the corn? Oh, we have one over there. Thank you. So, not working. So by the way, I'm Veysel. I work with the FAO and I am working under the plant protection and plant production division. I am the plant guy, and this is also makes me excited. This is my first time making a presentation. This many people who are expertise in the animal science. So I'll try to give a little brief information about the minutes. The FAO since 1948 celebrating the 16 October as a World Food Day. So the last year the motto was the better production, better nutrition, better environment, and the better life under the umbrella of the leave no one behind. So this year we are celebrating the World Food Day. Uh, about the water. The FAO is also trying to create awareness about climate change and its impact on the water. So this year's motto is water is life, water is food. So we don't need to go that detail about the climate change and its impact. So most of you probably uh, observing the climate change by your eyes, but I can just give you a couple of pictures from the Turkey to show you how climate change affects our really precious water resources. So the Konya is one of the biggest agricultural provinces in Turkey. So at the bottom you see two pictures, and we lose our water resources in 30 years. It's almost dried and there is not even a drop of water. Another spectacular example about the really big lake. This happened in 25 years. So we lost two big lake in recently. So because of this reason and FAO for the creating awareness about climate change, it's declared at the 75th session. The 2023 will be celebrating as a international use of millet. So why millet is important for the FAO? Why FAO try to bring back the millets and speed is potential to whole global. So FAO basically bring these millets under the six reasons. You probably know the SDG goals. The SDG goals is specified by the United Nations and will be targeted to completed by 2030. So your project, your field, or your anything like workshop, your meeting, anything, if specified directly one of these SDGs, it's called really meaningful job. So the interestingly, millet has specifically related with six SDG goals. So I'm not gonna go on that detail for each one, and just wanted to show you the millets are specifically related to six SDG goals. So what's the millet? You may not really familiar with these crops, and I have chance to speak couple of colleagues today and yesterday. They have their own culture, but with different names. I believe it's called in Russian proso. In Turkish, we call it darı, and in English, it's to call the millets. It's sometimes confusing with the corn, but they are totally different than the corn. So millets have more than 20 species, and the sorghum is one of the most produced millets among this family. So why millets are important? It has highly valuable nutrition value. It's gluten-free. It has really low glycemic index. It's rich in antioxidants. It's good for the heart health and also vitamin mineral context. So these are for the human consuming characteristics. Also, its cultural and culinary diversity. And you may probably know that India is the most producer of the millet, and this year they host the G20, and the G20 was all about the millets, and their all food and their all serving dishes was the millet. So it's very traditional crops for them, and it's also mentioned in some sources. The millets go back before even the wheat and the barley, like 10,000 years ago. So it's environmental sustainability because of the millets are required very less water. You can even produce millet with rain water. So you don't need require any fertilizer. You don't even need to use any plant protection material. So if you don't use the chemicals, you keep your soil healthy, you keep your environment healthy, you help for sustainable agriculture, you keep producing with really less inputs. So that makes sustainable agriculture, not just for plant production, also for animal production. The last thing is the millets can be used as the animal feed. Actually, the my presentation is, I mean, why I am presenting today is millets can be used as the animal feed. So, this is the where the millets are produced in the world. The India is the top producer, and followed by the U.S. and Nigeria, Niger, and we also have some production on the Ukraine, as you can see. So this is millet production and the areas. We don't have really like huge producer the millets. The India is, as I said, the top producer because of their traditional about the millet. So why millets can be used as the animal feed? So this is the question, and this is the reason why I am making this presentation in this conference. So while I'm starting my presentation, I ask you a question. If you have option to change your main crops, the corn, as an animal feed, would you do that? So there are thousands of studies about the millets and their nutritional content and their functionality if they replace with the corn. So millets basically have the similar protein content and sometimes high calorie, sometimes more energy, depends on their varieties. And I'm not trying to really compare with the corn, but millets can be used as a new potential animal feed. So another uh, figures that also show the millets content compared to again corn. This is not really thing I want to go in detail. So these are the studies have done recently about the millets. If millets can use as an alternative sludge input, and they are looking for the effect of the millets sludge about the digestibility, their function, their protein content, the meat quality, and the animal's behavior. There are several studies are still going on recently. Uh, it's about the summary of my presentation. I normally don't put this much text, but these are really important points. Uh, I'm not gonna read all of them, but in main point, the millets can be used as animal feed because of these all valuable important points because of rich in fiber, protein content, their energy source, and their drought resistance, which means like you can produce millet on the marginal land, the land which cannot access the water, the land which has really low soil quality, and the land which has suffering the mineral content. So it's also cost effective because of the inputs when you compare the other grains and it's, as I said, non-GMO. If you have a problem with the GMO, it's mostly the best and potentially has the future for sustainable farming, for sustainable livestock, and for sustainable environment. So, with your permission, I would like to read the last sentence. Millets play a vital role in animal nutrition, providing a nutritious, cost-effective, and sustainable feed option for various livestock species. Their resilience, nutritional value, support the diverse climates, make them an attractive choice for the producer. So this is my last slide. To make summary about the minutes, and I would like to stress out one more time, minutes now are preferring as a alternative to corn because of their energy, their protein content, their low cost, and their drought tolerance, their ability to stay in living in the less water. And also, there was one more thing which is important. I forgot. I think that's all. If you have any question, I'll be very happy to answer.
Thank you very much
Thank you.
for the presentation. Diversity of feed sources of plants used for feed is very important, and from my childhood that millets were always the first choice for feeding chicks. Always used for small chicks for feeding. The Ukrainian cuisine millets are traditionally quite important, but I feel that now it's becoming out of fashion. Okay, questions?
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have one question. What about pesticides? Can you compare the use of pesticides during the
Yeah, when I said
comparing to corn?
it just requires just feed. Plant protection material means like it's not really suffering as corn as, you know. So I would say you don't even know need the chemicals. Maybe because it's not really popularly grown, you know. So that might be the reason. Many, nations still not familiar with the millets. So if you increase your production, you know, that always create new diseases, new pests, or posting new pests. So that might be a reason. But for your question, yeah, we don't need really chemicals for the millets.
Okay. Thank you. It's very interesting. However, you talked about silage, and I think silage is less relevant in our reality, where unfortunately people have very fragmented land, and it's not enough to produce silage unless they buy it from another place. So I wonder if you have information about crop residues, the value of it as a crop residues, and or also as a crop itself, or may even just the harvesting itself. What are the value of it compared to other crops, particularly corn, in terms of protein?
I didn't want to go to Donald's detail. Yeah, yeah. The millets also new for me, and I'm not really expertise in animal science, but I know in Nigeria, in India, they are directly give the millets, not without making or putting the silage. So, oh, okay. So I was gonna show the like which specific animals are directly treated by the millets. I already closed my presentation. Okay. Yeah, sheep, goat, and
Well, how many Круто. Его протеин, белок. Можно замерить круто, силоса. И на 1 гектара центнер как круто. Если сравнить. Урожайность.
Thank you for this question. He's the only one who raised his hand. And when I asked, would you prefer to produce millets rather than the corn? So in good condition, I believe you can get like 10,000 tons. I mean 10 tons. Sorry, 10 tons per decade. So I believe the corn is about 1 or 2 tons. Depends on the variety. So yeah, there is a difference. Is that your question? Okay.
Добрый день, уважаемые участники семинара. Я бы хотел задать такой вопрос. Не пробовали ли вы заменить проса соргой? Спасибо.
By sorghum.
Sorghum is also millet.
Over сорго и проси одновременно всех видов, которые принадлежат
Millets have more than 20 species. Sorghum is one of the millets. Most popular one, most produced one. So yeah, sorghum is also millet.
Он говорил не только о просе, а и о просе, и о сорго, и других родственных растениях. Okay, colleague, thank you very much. I guess we need to move on because otherwise we'll face a situation like yesterday with delays. We already had delays with the schedule. And I guess the first effort now to save some time, I will try to make my presentation very, very short, if I manage. So please, can I have the screen, please? Well, it's been prepared. I just wanted to tell that is better, right? So my presentation will be very short, I hope. Even so, I have many slides, but I'm gonna skip many of them. And what I want to share with you is basically to highlight our technical capacity as an UN agency, as FAO, for doing some things which are valuable, in my opinion, for attracting investments in livestock sector. Very often, when we are trying to persuade our resource partners that we need to invest in livestock to make it more efficient, what very often happens is they are asking what exactly we are going to do, what are the current numbers, and how you will change the situation, especially when we approach so-called green donors. I guess it doesn't work. So, basically, we need data to persuade our resource partners that the money should go in the livestock sector, for example, to make it more environment friendly, to make it more climate friendly, and so on. In general, here are several. You can see here several initiatives which are aimed at livestock and environment, at interactions between livestock production system and environmental system. So we have such tools developed and used by FAO as GLIM, for example, Global Livestock Environmental Assessment Model, which is quite simple but a useful tool already used by many partners. We have also a much more wide, comprehensive initiative on development of tools, of guidelines, which is called LEAP. And actually about this, I would like to tell you a little bit. LEAP means Livestock Environmental Assessment and Performance Partnership. Then, of course, FAO does the normative work and produce the policy briefs and technical documents. Also, it participates in the Climate and Clean Air Coalition. Then we have a policy dialogue in which we are participating right now. It's a global China sustainable livestock. And also there is the global soil carbon partnership. So this is just overview of initiatives. And LEAP. LEAP is aimed at promoting sustainable livestock production. And it aims at creating better metrics which produce science-based numeric data for making decisions. So we are just trying to provide correct, proven information to the decision makers. And actually we are usually not even generating ourselves this data. We are just providing the tools which help the stakeholders to generate this data. Okay, I will be a little shorter up this. So the structure of LEAP is like this. It was a steering committee, which is usually convened in HQ. I'm part of this steering committee, that's why I'm trying to promote the idea of using these tools. There is a secretariat. Secretariat is hosted also in our HQ in Rome. This means that there are people who work permanently and with whom you can get in touch all the time. And the most important person who is responsible for LEAP. Many of you in Central Asia had a chance to meet when I visited with him some of your countries. And there are technical advisory groups. Technical advisory groups are groups of top global experts who are convened specifically to develop certain guidelines, certain tools. So these are not permanent bodies. This is just a temporary group, work groups for doing something specific. For example, if we want to develop a guideline on assessment of impact of livestock on biodiversity, then we find 30, 40 people from around the globe who are top experts in relevant fields, and they are working for usually a couple of years and develop these guidelines, which later on can be used in practice. So, LEAP partnership works closely with governments, with private sector, with civil society organizations, and now we are coming to the technical focus of LEAP, what is already done. So the guidelines are developed specifically for impact of livestock on each aspect of ecosystem. For example, change in soil carbon, nutrient cycles, water resources, biodiversity, feed additives, climate change. These are just few, not all of them. So these guidelines are available online, and you can go to the website and you can download them free of charge and use in your country. They are all available in English language. Of course, in Central Asia, we have issue that many experts don't understand English language, and they prefer Russian for international communication. That's why we also translated 7 of these guidelines, which we chose, which look like more relevant to our region, and translated to Russian language, but not published officially. That means that if you want this translation, I can send the email, I can send it back to you, but it would be only the text which we got from a translation agency, which means that ideally we need people with livestock academic background, with environmental academic background, who should look through them and correct some terminology. So it is not final, not ideal, but still good start to get familiar with this tool. And we always are saying that our strength as FAO is our technical capacity. And these tools, which are developed, by the way, not by us, not by FAO, but they are, the development of them is organized by us. So people who work on them, they come not only from FAO, they come from many top universities from dozens of countries around the world. But the result we have is actually the result of our FAO initiative. Okay. So with whom we are working. So now we are partners and observers who regularly meet and regularly talk about the planning of our work. Number is 121. At the beginning, we had 35 partners and observers. Now it is 121. 21 countries plus European Union are involved in the management of the partnership at the steering committee level. There are also 10 private sector groups, 9 NGOs, 450 international scientists and experts so far involved. And partnership is still available for expansion. It is very, very inclusive. And if you would like to cooperate, I would encourage you to get in touch. You can send message to me, or you can send message directly to manager of LEAP. I guess I will show his email later. You can be involved and you can participate in this process. By the way, I never seen a single expert from Central Asia or even Eastern Europe in this process here. And this should be fixed, I believe. We had similar situation with the Global Agenda Sustainable Livestock about 7 years ago. I participated in several meetings in Panama and Ethiopia, and no one else was from this region. Now we have third regional meeting today, and in a couple of weeks, some of us as a delegation of our region will go to global meeting in Thailand. Last year, seven of you went to Dublin in Ireland to participate in the meeting. So in global agenda, our voice of our region is heard now. In LEAP, which is not policy discussion platform like this. This is basically science development platform. science of Central Asia and Eastern Europe is so far absent, which should be fixed. So, how the guidelines are developed? I want to highlight this because sometime when we come with the guidelines, someone inside the country would think, okay, someone who sits in Rome and does not know much about what is happening in the countries is developing this guideline and imposing on us and asking us to use. In fact, it is not 1, 2, 3, or 5 employees of FAO who are doing this. This is done in a very inclusive way. So when the decision is made to develop a new tool, a new guideline, there's an open call to participate in technical advisory group. This is announced on the website. This is circulated in whenever possible in professional circles. So anyone can apply for participation to be part of the technical advisory group to develop new guidelines. Then the guidelines are developed, which is, by the way, quite comprehensive, scrupulous, long process, takes a couple of years usually. And then there is a technical review by the Secretariat. After that, there is a peer review, which means that other scientists, other experts who did not participate in the group, they can provide their feedback, their opinion about the tool. And then there is public review. So it is just published on the website, and anyone can comment and provide opinion. Then, according to the feedback, the comments received, revision is done, and the document is published officially. After that, actually, we are at this stage for some of the guidelines. We encourage application of this tool in the countries. Then we get field feedback from what people learned when practically applying this tool, and then the circle would repeat, and we will have second version, improved version of the document. But for most of the guidelines, we are mostly at first. So for whom these guidelines are? It is for producers and processors who want to show that maybe they don't have as bad environmental impact as society perceives, or maybe they do. So just this is all about science. It is not about policy, not about telling someone that I'm better, I'm good. It's about numbers. It's about numbers. So stakeholders who need to understand better, all stakeholders, consumers, environmental activists, everyone, and finally policymakers, because when we have science-based numeric data, it's easier to design policies which could lead to practical changes. Thematic areas I already mentioned: carbon, nutrients, water, biodiversity, so on. You can find all the documents online. You see there are special guidelines for poultry production. There are for pig production, for small and large ruminants, and so on. So these are already. I will skip. So the benefits of using these guidelines: we use recognized, globally recognized, transparent methodology to generate data. We can identify in the supply chains the most important points for intervention, for making the production more environment friendly. Then identify opportunities also to increase efficiency of the productivity production, because very often I'm saying that on every presentation that we actually can kill two birds with one shot. We can do that because if we use less feed per unit of protein produced in the livestock production system, then we also have less emissions of greenhouse gases, for example, or any other waste per kilogram of production. So the more efficient we are, usually more environment friendly we are. Okay, and as I mentioned before, so far the guidance were not applied in the practice in Central Asia or Eastern Europe. They are applied in Canada, in Mongolia. Okay, Mongolia is also now part of our group, but in Mongolia it was applied, in Canada it was applied in Uruguay, in Costa Rica, I think, in several other countries. But in our region, it was not applied, and I see it as a big problem because there was a good example, good case a couple of years ago, even less. We had a big donor who came to our region, to Caucasus, one of the Caucasian countries, and they wanted to invest quite big amount of money in improvement of livestock production. But we did not have enough data, so we could not prove that we can use it. So last summer we did six trainings, six face-to-face trainings in six countries of our region: Azerbaijan, Turkey, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, with exception of Turkmenistan. So we had a program on training program on applying one of the guidelines on impact of livestock on biodiversity. So the training was a hybrid. It consisted of three online sessions, and then the trainer, one of the tech group members, so one of the authors of this publication, he traveled to each of these countries and we did this training. Now we have in six of our countries. In each of them, we have, I guess, on average, about 10 people who are familiar with the methodology, who have a rough idea how to apply these tools. And that means that whenever need arise, we would bring, again, I guess, international consultant, and with help of these people in the countries who went through the training, they can do assessment and come with science-based numeric data, which would help justify investment, justify policy change, and so on. Okay, I will skip this. So, seven were planned, but six were done because Turkmenistan could not do. Okay, I already mentioned this all. And now I believe that it is very important, and we started with our colleagues talking about this, to replicate this experience in Eastern Europe and Eastern Europe. In Balkan countries, in Moldova maybe, it would be great to do the same, because it is very useful to have such people trained, and we already did it, so it was successful. We know how to do it. We help someone who can train these people and so on. So let's think about replicating this. And here are just some pictures for fun from our training. So you see our trainer who came from Canada and who did his trainings with the support of myself and the lead manager. This is Sang Yu Song, the lead manager. So if you are interested in being part of this initiative, I will connect you to him and help you to get involved. This is how our planning looks. I guess it was Azerbaijan, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, this is actually the most important training to capture everyone calm, silent. Was here. Part of biodiversity. Okay, that's all. So these guidelines now there is a list of guidelines which I would suggest for you to consider for planning future capacity building society in your country. I don't, you know better than I what are the needs in the country, but probably these three could be most useful, most interesting. Carbon in the soil, which is directly related to the climate change. Biodiversity for those countries of Eastern Europe which didn't participate in the separation planning. Maybe poultry production, because this is a most the dynamic sector of livestock production, I think, in most of the countries. It is where most of change is happening, most of intensification and most more intensive and efficient production approaches are used. Okay, that's up to you to think about this, but each of these tools can be applied and can produce data which we have automating. How to join? As I mentioned, it is an open partnership, so everyone or all organizations are who are interested and who, of course, work in this area are welcome to apply. Here's email. You can write it down, take a picture, like the partnership. And if needed, I also can help you individually. That's all. Thank you very much, and I would really appreciate your involvement in working with this. And I would welcome questions from you. No questions. Okay. We are moving to next presentation. It would be online presentation. Working in a number of countries, working in the Mediterranean region on production. I hope they are online and they present.
Yeah, curious.
Welcome.
Hello. Shall I present my screen?
Please start.
Okay. Just, herkese merhaba. Again, hello everybody. Just a second. I should close translation, I guess. Oops. Sorry. I'm having a problem here. Just a second. Okay. Hello, everybody, again. My name is Engin Yılmaz, as you stated. I am the director of Yolda Initiative. And in my presentation, I'm going to share with you the challenges in the Mediterranean and beyond in regard to pastoralism, mobile pastoralism. These are based on the findings that we collected through several studies, but also via the events and actions that were either led by Yolda or that we were part of. Let me start with giving information about Yolda. Yolda Initiative is a nature conservation organization. It's based in Turkey, but we are operating at international level. And since 2015, we have been working for conserving biodiversity and tackling climate change through research, on-the-ground actions, advocacy, communications, and collaborations. And our approach is focusing on the links between nature and culture. Therefore, the traditional and local land use systems and production systems, which are benefiting biodiversity and also helping to tackle the climate crisis. And among these practices for land use and production, mobile pastoralism is particularly important for us. And when we say mobile pastoralism, we are working in its different forms, including transhumance, nomadic pastoralism, etc. And one major strategy of ours is building partnerships at national, regional, and international levels. And the reason behind this is we want to achieve an impact at the scale that really matters. And we would like to also align our strategies and implementations at regional and even global levels. Therefore, we are part of different networks, including the global agenda, of course. One of them is the Alliance for Mediterranean Nature and Culture. This is a partnership of 13 organizations, nature conservation organizations in the Mediterranean, who are all working on the nature and culture nexus. We have multiple pilot sites that we are working in different countries in the Mediterranean. And the approach is again the same. We are working to preserve the land use systems that are benefiting biodiversity. And in every site of ours, as the Alliance, we do work in regard to sedentary or mobile pastoralism as well. One other network that we are part of is the International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists. As you may all know, the United Nations General Assembly designated 2026 as IYRP. And as Yolda, we are a part of this global coalition and active member of the global coalition. And we have been doing a lot of work in regard to promotion and advocacy in line with the objectives of this year, and we are trying to get ready for 2026. And meanwhile, of course, it is FAO who is responsible, who is the responsible UN agency in regard to IYRP 2026. Another network that we are a part of is Food Connected. It is also a Mediterranean network, and the idea is to develop short chain food systems, including in regard to pastoralism. We are a member of the steering committee of this network. And the other networks that we are part of are the ICCA consortium, the Satrium initiative, and we are also a member of the steering committee for the Regional Farmers Forum for the European and Central Asian region. This forum is hosted by the IFAD. And one other significant strategy of ours is enhancing knowledge and to understand the links between pastoralism and biodiversity and climate change, and to promote it to the wider public. And therefore, we have been conducting and still conducting multiple research studies and actions in different countries in the Mediterranean and beyond, in order to enhance knowledge on the current state and scale of mobile pastoralism. I just would like to give you a couple of examples. The map on the left you see is the vectorial map of the migration routes in Spain. We are trying to develop these maps, trying to identify all the migration routes in every Mediterranean country. This one is finished. The bold ones you see there, the bold lines are the migration routes used in 2017. There's a sharp decline, of course, in Spain, like other countries in the region and beyond. But what we are trying to understand is the scale of the pastoralism, mobile pastoralism in the Mediterranean. On the right side, you see a map, which this map is led by League of Pastoral Peoples. We are contributing to it. And the idea behind this map is trying to identify every single pastoralist community worldwide. It is an ongoing work. The League of Pastoral Peoples is still working on it with the contribution of all the stakeholders, but there are already 800 communities identified and put into the map. So regarding the challenges, one of the studies that we conducted was in the Mediterranean in 5 pilot sites within the alliance that I already mentioned about. And the pilot sites are in Greece, Lebanon, Spain, Portugal, and Morocco. And so what we did was we developed a survey and we collected feedback from the stakeholders at a local level. And let me start with Morocco. The challenges as identified by the locals starts with the allocation of the lands that are traditional governed and managed by pastoralists. So in short, it is about land grabbing. One other challenge is the legal and policy frameworks, which do not acknowledge the customary common property systems and its cultural institutions. In the case of Morocco, it's called AGDAL. It's a customary governance systems which enables the locals to access the pastures according to their traditional institutions, but the statutory law do not secure this governance and management model anymore. And one other challenge in Morocco was, as identified by them, was changes in consumption patterns and the market demands, which harms the production strategies and revenue diversification for the pastoralists. And one other challenge is little or no access to basic services, and the lack of proper services and infrastructure along the migration routes were also identified by the locals as a major challenge. Meanwhile, I'm sorry, this is not about it, sorry. And then when we go to Spain and Portugal, the challenges identified by the locals were, one of them was separation of family members during the migration period. It is mainly due to poor access to basic services such as education and healthcare. When I say education, it is because the children do have to attend to school, so part of the family is staying behind when the rest of the families migrates to their summering or wintering grounds, and the mother or other members of the community stays with the kids. Another challenge is the very low profit margins for products other than meat. This is also linked to the issue in Morocco. And lack of proper infrastructure, again, to add value to the products and services transhumans provide is another challenge. This is especially the case for wool production. I just wanted to mention about this documentary that we have just co-produced with our partners in Spain. This is about the current state of wool production and the challenges the local and traditional production sector is facing. This is a documentary. I will paste its link at the chat section later on, so that you can perhaps watch it and learn about the current situation in Spain, which is very similar with the rest of the world. And again, in Spain and Portugal, there are lots of concerns regarding the common agricultural policy of the European Union in regard to disincentivizing clauses of the policy framework. This is including the exclusion of wood pastures surface from permanent pastures category, which means that they cannot get the incentives for raising animals, their animals in those pastures. And one other challenge is high rental costs, particularly in cases where lands are privately owned of the pastures. Restrictions on mobility, such as due to the degradation of drove roads and fragmentation by traffic roads and urban development is another challenge. And again, lack of necessary infrastructure such as water points and shelters along the migration route was identified as a challenge. The last one they said was the climate change, which amplifies the adverse effects of all other challenges. And this is another site in Spain. This is a island, Menorca, a small island. This is, of course, there is no mobile pastoralism, but a rotational sedentary pastoralism is being practiced by the locals. And the locals identified uncertainty and the risks created by the economic liberalization and globalization is the main challenge, like price volatility, etc. And the increase of land rental costs due to tourism is one other challenge they identified. And the last one they see as a priority is the lack of proper support from national authorities, which favors intensive livestock production systems. In the case of Menorca, there is, of course, benefiting from the EU incentives, but regarding the national incentive frameworks, they do not have that possibility. And this is Lemnos, another island, but this time it is Greece. In Eastern Europe, and the communities there are implementing this strategy of grazing in open areas, as all the pastoralists do. They call it the mandras system. And in their case, no national financial incentives other than EU subsidies is one challenge that they identified. And there is no support by the governmental organizations in technical training or consultation. And such support is provided by the various input suppliers, but to a limit. And conversion of lands to other usages, such as crop farming or due to military activities, is also a challenge. Poor access to basic services, such as electricity supply or good roads, is again a challenge in this country as well. And the difficulty in accessing the national market, the record low meat prices, exposing pastoralists to unfair market conditions, which favors industrial dairy, was a hot topic actually by the community members. And lastly, the wild rabbits. The wild rabbit population has increased a lot on the island, and they are destroying a great share of the indigenous vegetation and the crops supposed to be benefited by the pastoralists on the island. And this is Lebanon. And the results there, the feedback that we collected was including a lot of challenges. This is a very specific case, actually, because as you may know, due to security issues in the region, the political things and the wars ongoing, there is a massive influxes of refugees in Lebanon, which is one of the most important challenges. And accordingly, the political conflicts were also identified as a challenge. And due to the influxes, the movement of these many people in the region to a very small country, the veterinary services in the country collapsed. And the threat of diseases among the livestock is a very important threat in the country. And as I said, it's a very small country, but still the agricultural areas are expanding on the expense of rangelands and forests. So the pastures are shrinking day by day. And this is creating a conflict between the pastoralists and sedentary crop farmers, and of course with the official authorities. And due to global market, the prices are very low for the products of the pastoralists, and they also have difficulties in accessing basic services including water, which is amplified due to climate change. And there is also the human wildlife conflict, predation by wolves and stray dog in the country. So these were all collected by a study, and then we last year gathered 32 participants in the Balkans. These participants were among the pastoralists, mobile pastoralists in the region, but also the conservationists. The idea was to enable the parties to have a dialogue based on respect regarding the conflicts between conservation and pastoralism. So the participants were from Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Croatia, Bulgaria, North Macedonia, Syria, Greece, Turkey, and Hungary. And of course, one of the most important topics that we addressed altogether was the challenges in the region. And all these participants identified the challenges in the region as loss and degradation of grazing lands due to their allocation for other uses, not just agriculture, but also others. And the lack of recognition and support from policy and legal frameworks, especially concerning their land and resource rights. Low income and profitability, which diminishes the appeal for younger generation and leads to increased urban migration. Inadequate or limited basic infrastructure, such as water points and routes, as well as essential services like heating and electricity. The decline of traditional knowledge and practices, which is a common challenge in all the basin, Mediterranean basin actually, and legal barriers hindering the enhancement of pastoralist products in the market, and the challenges associated with reducing conflicts with predators, wolves, etc., and including the training and management of guarding dogs. And then we are coming back to International Year of Renaissance and Pastoralists. As you may all know, there is this structure of IYRP movement. We have these regional groups worldwide, and the regional group, support group for Europe. As Yolda, we led the group for a couple of years. And every regional IYRP support group is expected to develop an action plan for IYRP 2026. And in that process, what we did was we conducted again a survey and collected as much as knowledge information from the members of the group in regard to challenges as well. And we got 27 responses from Albania, France, Georgia, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Italy, and Spain. Meanwhile, these are challenges not at national level, but regional level. So the group members identified two major challenges at Europe level: no or poor recognition of the benefits and value of the pastoralism, either or both, by the policy frameworks and wider public. And the second challenge, the major challenge, was identified as generational renewal and abandonment of the practice by the young members, and also the differentiation towards intensification of the practice, so from pastoralism to industrial livestock management strategies. And as I stated before, we are also a member of the steering committee for the Regional Farmers Forum for Europe and Central Asia. This region was established in 2023, this year, and we had the first meeting in Istanbul, in Turkey. And the countries that are covered by this meeting were from Armenia, Azerbaijan, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Georgia, Kyrgyzstan, Moldova, Montenegro, Tajikistan, Turkey, and Uzbekistan. And by the end of the meeting, there was a declaration developed by the participants, which also included the challenges as identified by all the participants. These are land and soil degradation, limited or no access to traditional lands and resources, denial of land governance and management rights, loss of biodiversity, vulnerability to climate change insecurity, low investments, inequity, limited access to education services, infrastructure, and limited access to markets, exodus of youth, migration or abandonment of rural areas, limited access to social and financial and extension services. And as I said, we have been conducting multiple studies and all these actions and events to collect all this information, because this is very important to understand the commonalities and differences in different countries at regional level or even global level. And in every study or event and action, these three were also mentioned. Disasters, wildfires, like the wildfire in Turkey in 2021, ended up with pastoralists losing their winter grounds in the Mediterranean coastline. And another one was earthquakes, like the one just happened in Morocco, unfortunate event, but the communities in Atlas, many of the communities in Atlas lost their living grounds, their houses, and as you may remember, there is already a problem of lacking the proper infrastructure and services. And in the case of such disasters, it is amplifying the impact of such disasters on the communities. And human and wildlife conflict predation was a common challenge, as described by the pastoralists in all our studies. In some countries, this is very dramatic, like France or Italy or Germany, or even in Balkans. This needs to be this is an important challenge to be addressed, because this is also creating a conflict between pastoralists and the conservationists. And migration, not just the migration of the youth to the urbans, but also international migration, the undocumented migrants in different countries, because they are already how to say, being integrated in the pastoral systems in different countries on different conditions, like Syrians in Turkey, for instance, becoming shepherds. They are recruited as shepherds, or in Italy, the migrants are also recruited as shepherds from Albania, from Romania. But the problem is that the legal and policy frameworks are not regulating these very important issue. There is a huge movement of people in the Mediterranean basin and beyond. But the policies are not still addressing this issue in a sustainable way. So these are also the key challenges in the Mediterranean and beyond as well. I just would like, I'm not going to share our final analysis on these findings, just wanted to share with you the commonalities and also differences. There are definitely differences in terms of the challenges and also, of course, the drivers of these challenges in these countries. As you may remember, in Lebanon, there is the massive influx issue, which is harming the system, but also in Morocco, there is the issue with the common property systems. But majority of the problems are actually common. Which can establish the basis for developing global level or regional level actions and legal and policy frameworks. Thank you. Sasiba, teşekkürler.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's very interesting. It's a little bit unusual, because it's focusing also on Western European countries, but it's important for us to see the connection, especially when we are talking about such region as Mediterranean region, which shares a lot of similar cultural things, similar livestock practices, similar climate conditions, and so on. It was very, very useful. Thank you very much. And thank you, special thank you for also addressing what I asked for, the drivers and solutions, about which we are going to continue our discussion after the lunch. And now I'd like to ask if anyone has questions, please.
Thank you, Engin Bey. Özcan Türkoğlu from FAO Türkiye. In fact, you are totally right. Mobile pastoralism is quite effective for the protection of mountain ecosystems as well. So I wonder, do you have any involvement or collaboration with the Mountain Partnership, which is a global initiative secretariat led by FAO? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, we do know about the network. Oh, this is again the voice problem. Just a second. Okay. Yes, we are aware of the network, but we do not directly as YOLDA collaborating with the Mountain Network. But through the IYRP 2026 Global Coalition, yes, we do have relations. But again, as YOLDA, we haven't collaborated with the network yet, which we should. I agree.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Hello, Mr. Engan. I'm Yunus from FAO-SEC. So firstly, I would like to thank you accepting our invitation, and also I'd like to thank this valuable presentation in here. So my question is that in your focused area, so is there any route it's covering and or including more than one countries? I mean, is there any transboundary migrants in your study or in your focused area? Thank you.
Thank you. Just a second. Yes, definitely. In the Mediterranean, this is happening a lot. Even in the developed countries, like between Italy and Austria, in Valsenalis, it's happening. But this is also happening in Balkans, which used to happen a lot. But after 1990s, after the Yugoslavia war, actually it is a major problem regarding the sustainability of the practice, because the migration in that region was actually long term. Many of them were including long distance migrations. It is still happening between some countries, for instance, between Serbia and Romania. What else? In Lebanon, normally this Syria is the wintering grounds, and Lebanon is the summering grounds. But due to political conflicts, it is a problem. In North Africa, there is still, despite the political conflicts, there is still a moment between Algeria and Moroccan territories. Yes, it is definitely happening, and there are also initiatives to conserve this transboundary movement. Not that many, but there are still. For instance, I think you're all aware of the designation of transhumans as a UNESCO cultural heritage. And actually, the first recognition was regarding Greece, Austria, and Italy, and the migration between Austria and Italy was also inscribed within this designation. So, yeah. But to be honest, it used to be a lot more. But because of the national border systems in the region and the political conflicts, it is so few now, and of course also it is getting much more difficult.
Thank you. Question?
Thank you so much for your presentation. So I'm from Mongolia. According to your presentation, we have very similar issues, like challenging according to the pastoralism. It's very pity that I cannot meet you in person. But anyhow, I just want to clarify that you have a problem for like separation families according to the migration, right? And then we also have the hurdle kids education. So is there any initiatives to solve or take into account the hurdle kids education in your country?
Hurdles getting education.
Yeah, further keeps education, like, like when they are transhumans, when
Yeah.
they are migrating to the other place.
Actually, this is a very important problem which is not addressed by the legal frameworks at national levels. If we are going to talk about Turkey, in 1960s there was a directive drafted, not just drafted, endorsed by the Turkish state, which actually was designing an education system for nomadic pastoralists in Turkey. So the idea was the teachers were migrating with the nomads during the especially spring migration up to the mountains, but it was never applied. So, and in 2011, I don't know the exact word in English. In Turkish it is kadük. So the regulation was totally disregarded in 2011. It's not applied, but as far as I know, in Iran, there are such examples, which education, that there is an education service adapted to the mobility of the transhumans, and the teachers are following the nomadic groups along the migration route to teach the kids during the migration. And I think it is, I'm not sure about it, but in Central Asia, in a couple of countries, there are also such initiatives. Maybe it was Kazakhstan, I can't remember exactly. But yeah, but in the Mediterranean in general, no, unfortunately, there is no. In general, the services are not the services of the governmental services, public services are not adapted to the mobility of these communities. That's a major problem.
Very much. One more question. Yeah.
The question is from Ukraine. Do you have some influence on policymakers? Can you propose some solutions on the state level for such regions and for such conditions?
Depends on the country, depends on the framework. For instance, you remember I showed the map in Spain. When we developed that map, we did share it with the decision makers in Spain at regional level and at national level. And in one region in northern Spain, the regional governments used it to route, which was a great success for us, because it was the main motivation for us to develop that map, so that the public policies are developed in line with the needs of the community along the route. And at global level, IYRP 2026 and its designation was a huge success for us, or the inscription of transhumans at UNESCO as a cultural heritage, yes. But if you ask the question at national level, it differs. It depends on the country. It depends on the legacy of the practice. For instance, in Spain, again, the migration routes are officially protected with a degree, royal decree, which was which is dated back to 1995. So it is much more easy in Spain to advocate for the practice, but in other countries it may be very difficult. In Morocco, for instance, there is a policy structure which is based on three legal systems. One of them is the customary one. It is still there, but the statutory law doesn't really secure the customary rights, even though it is still there. So it really depends on the local context for each government, for each country. The situation is different, but it is difficult in every country, to be honest, to make a difference. But we are getting to that, I believe. And this IYRP, the declaration of IYRP 2026, has helped a lot in terms of making a progress, even if it is not much. But still, it enabled us to make a difference in different countries.
Thank you, colleagues. If no more questions, one more question.
Thank you very much, Yolta. I'm from the Mongolia.
you have done the great effort to the way of the recognition of the International Year of Rangeland and Pastoralists. Very much appreciated that. And I have one question. The next year, 2024, it's the International Year of Camelids as well. And as one of the leading initiatives, Yolda, do you have or will you have any activities or actions dedicated to this International Year of Camelids? Because the camel husbandry is also playing the key role in your region, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I should also state that it was Mongolia, the government of Mongolia, who led the process for the declaration of IYRP 2026. Believe me, it was a very long, how to say, fight to find the government to lead the process. And thanks to the Mongolian government, they stepped up and they led the process and they start the process at the level of FAO first, the Committee on Agriculture, and then finally we got the success at the United Nations General Assembly. And Mongolia still is a very important actor in this process. And yes, the year of camelids is very important. As you all know, we do not have a direct engagement with the year, but through IYRP coalition, we are collaborating with the camelids, United Nations Year of Camelids network. Through the IYRP network, yes, we do collaborate with them, but not directly with as Yolda, we do not directly do any work. And you mentioned in the Mediterranean, there are still camelids being used for by pastoralists, even though the number is decreasing. In the northern part of Mediterranean, it is only Turkey left, actually. And we have just a couple of camels left. It's so difficult to rear them for pastoralists anymore. And in North Africa, yes, it is definitely, there is a huge number of camel population used by the pastoralists. But again, coming back to your question, we do not have any actions directly with the United Nations Years of Camelid Network.
Thank you very much. Time to move to next presentation, which would be country presentation of Turkmenistan. Turkmenistan, please.
Добрый день, здравствуйте, уважаемые участники. Во-первых, я хочу поблагодарить организаторов данного мероприятия, также инициаторов данного мероприятия, потому что мы приехали в такое красивое место, незабываемое место, так что данное мероприятие у нас останется надолго в памяти. Я Акбурат Гардашев, в настоящее время я являюсь местным координатором регионального проекта GASL-2 в Туркменистане. Я сюда приехал вместе с коллегой, он является предпринимателем и членом Союза предпринимателей Туркменистана, занимается животноводством. Моя презентация будет отражать мнение наших коллег в рамках проекта GASL-2, также частных животноводов Туркменистана. Это не значит, что полностью здесь отражены идеи или предложения нашего правительства. И буду зачитывать коротко факторы и мероприятия. Если у вас дополнительно будут вопросы, мы можем вам ответить. Я не буду там как бы комментировать каждый фактор и каждое предложенное мероприятие. Так, следующий слайд можно. Меня зовут, да. Окей. Политические и социально-экономические факторы. В настоящее время у нас пастбища, к сожалению, управляются только животноводческими хозяйствами и дайханскими объектами, которые относятся к государству. Необходимо проведение в настоящее время тоже давно, уже с давних времен, это последнее геоботаническое обследование и инвентаризация пастбищ проводилась в 72-80-х годах, поэтому сейчас уже как бы та информация, имеющаяся, не отражает настоящую ситуацию пастбищ, поэтому сейчас у нас нет такой свежей информации. Также отсутствие данных поголовья скота, мелкого рогатого скота. То есть это тот скот, который содержится у частных владельцев животных. На самом деле зарегистрированных предпринимателей у нас есть вся информация. Сейчас где-то общая численность животных в районе 27, более 27 миллионов. Но это отсутствие данных после нашего проведенного исследования, это те данные, которые находятся, животные, которые находятся в центральном Караку, в середине пустыни. Поэтому, например, для того, чтобы устойчиво содержать пастбище, для того, чтобы проводить мероприятия по устойчивому управлению пастбищем, необходимо нам данные о количестве поголовья всех животных. Здесь вот написано, мясо не экспортируется. Это, к счастью, нашего населения, то, что не экспортирует, потому что правительство решило, пока наш рынок не полностью насыщен, вот вчера наши коллеги выступали, то есть пока еще рынок не насыщен, но экспорт продолжается. К нашему счастью, после общения с местным населением, они счастливы, то, что сейчас мясо не экспортируется, потому что у нас мясо, если в Туркменистане были, очень доступные цены, и она дешевле других продуктов. Поэтому это с точки зрения, может быть, предпринимателей, это как бы не одобряется, но с точки зрения наших сообществ это очень поддерживается. Также недостаточная неравномерная обороненность пастбищ. В настоящее время где-то около 10 миллионов пастбищ не обвонены, это где-то от общей площади 38 миллионов пастбищ, где-то 70% у нас обводнены и 30% пока не обводнены. Это именно те пастбища, которые имеют продуктивную емкость. И наблюдается перевыпуск скота. Это тоже результат отсутствия плана управления пастбищем. Недостаточное вовлечение местного сообщества и общественности в управлении пастбищами. Мы были в Кыргызстане и получили большой опыт управления пастбищами, вот именно общественностью. И в рамках проектов ПРООН, в рамках проектов ФАО в настоящее время проводим мероприятия для того, чтобы именно опыт других соседних государств и в основном Кыргызстана внедрить в управление пастбищами. Пандемия тоже, вчера говорили, это тоже как бы являлась проблемой. В основном это для предпринимателей, для того, чтобы закупать, экспортировать корма и племенные животные. Так, здоровье являются основные факторы. В настоящее время у нас в стране пока не производятся препараты для вакцинирования, поэтому это со слов местных представителей желательно, чтобы препараты производились в стране. И до сих пор продолжает действовать советская практика ветеринарии. Это то есть она не обновилась и продолжает работать еще в той системе, то есть не адаптировалась к нынешним условиям, к тому, что сейчас происходит с изменением климата. И поэтому сейчас, по слов предпринимателей, слабая система. Мотивированность ветеринаров, то есть вчера тоже коллеги говорили, отсутствует мотивированность молодых специалистов ветеринаров, которые вот только выпустились, и они сразу уходят в другие отрасли, в бизнес или уезжают в другие страны для заработки. То есть тоже является небольшой. И пандемия также повлияла на здоровье животных в какой-то степени, не полностью. Экологические факторы, влияющие, ну, изменение климата, вчера все коллеги говорили, Туркменистан является той страной, которая среди других стран основной получает негативное воздействие и от последствий изменения климата. Наблюдается, что последние 2-3 года, как нас спросили за 2 года, но это уже давно идет тенденция, 10-15 лет, наблюдается сильная засуха, особенно в пустынных пастбищах Туркменистана. Сокращается сток амударей. К 2050 году уже прогнозируется, ученым прогнозируется 50% сокращения. Тем более к тому же, что сток, эта данная река не образуется. Деградация пастбищных угодий, увеличение засухи, сокращение количества осадков, все это последствия изменения климата. Движущие силы, технологии, инновации. В настоящее время данная информация была получена, недавно было проведено исследование среди местных сообществ в рамках проекта ФАО, и это полученная информация на местном уровне. Среди местных пастухов, которые пасут свои стада в пустынных пастбищах, у них очень много сырья сейчас находится именно, то есть используется сырья шерсти овец. И с их стороны это данный фактор является как бы большой проблемой. И в рамках сейчас международных проектов ФАО, ПРООН начались проводиться мероприятия для улучшения данной ситуации. Вот недавно перед отъездом мы провели 2 семинара для местных пастбища пользователей, животноводов. Самые элементарные, простые методы переработки, домашних переработка шерсти, хотя бы, чтобы они могли его изначально промыть, подготовить и хотя бы продать. И также ознакомились с технологией переработки шерсти, например, в строительстве, чтобы цепочка не прорывалась, и до конца, от начала до конца они могли произвести уже продукцию. Ознакомились с оборудованием, стоимостью и дали контактные данные предпринимателей, которые могли бы помочь, организовали с ними встречу, чтобы в дальнейшем они могли получить инвестиции от предпринимателей. В настоящее время отсутствует практика интенсификации воспроизводства овец, отсутствует предприятие по искусственному осеменению в настоящее время. Низкая эффективность семеноводства – это относительно мелкорогатого скота. И прилагаемые меры относительно геополитических и социально-экономических факторов. Необходимо внедрить принципы совместного устойчивого управления пастбищами, то есть в планирование обязательно включить местное сообщество, обязательно провести исследования среди местных сообществ и относительно их потребностям, относительно их проблемам составлять планы пастбищ. Необходимо провести обязательно и срочно необходимо провести инвентаризацию и геоботаническое исследование. В настоящее время, вот сейчас, вчера мне Юрий тоже говорил, их проект сейчас планирует проведение совместно с технопарком Туркменистана, провести исследование пастбищ. Об этом он, может быть, сам расскажет. Да. Необходимо паспортизировать водные источники и другие водные сооружения, расположенные в центральных каракумах, потому что данных пока о них нет. И необходимо провести мероприятия по перезакреплению пастбищ между пастбища-пользователями с учетом обязательно кормовой емкости этих пастбищ и относительно роста поголовья скота. Я про данные мероприятия хочу рассказать, что очень много проделалась работа и делается в настоящее время, проводится среди местных пастбищепользователей, которые являются более свободными, то есть это горные зоны, и мы там как бы на пилотной основе создали пастбищные комитеты и попробовали организовать управление пастбищами с помощью данного комитета. И это мероприятие прошло успешно. До сих пор, ну, это где-то было 5-6 лет назад, но вот недавно, когда я в этой местности был, до сих пор это мероприятие продолжается без управления каких-либо сторонних, например, государственных органов. Они сами смогли наладить, управлять поголовьем скота, они смогли составлять планы по пастбищеобороту. То есть этот наш опыт продемонстрировал, что действительно управление общественностью – это эффективный метод управления пастбищами. Также необходимо, как и вот мы приняли опыт в Казахстане, необходимо документировать использование пастбища, чтобы владелец именно нес, то есть пастбищепользователь нес ответственность за тот участок земли, где он пасет свой скот, и регулировал в соответствии с кормовой емкостью этих пастбищ поголовье своего скота. Необходимо усовершенствовать нормативно-правовую и регулирующую базу, способствующую устойчивому управлению пастбищными угодьями. У нас в Туркменистане после проведения исследования пастбищ Туркменистана, после обмена опытом с киргизскими коллегами, с Казахстаном, у нас был разработан закон о пастбищах в 2015 году. И сейчас в настоящее время в рамках международных проектов готовится несколько подзаконных актов для того, чтобы этот закон на самом деле начал действовать. Создание объединения пастбищепользователей – это то, что имеется в законе, и сейчас мы с помощью при поддержке международных проектов предлагаем правительству именно как бы инициировать общественное управление пастбищами. И предлагаемые ответы на факторы, влияющие на здоровье. Здесь у нас частные предприниматели животновода предложили организовать или же как бы попросить оказать содействие для создания местных своих предприятий, которые будут создавать, производить вакцинацию. Также очень таким положительным, позитивным, опять-таки возвращаясь к опыту Киргизстана, практика частной ветеринарии. Это очень эффективно, это очень полезно, и это очень ответственно, потому что когда мы были в Киргизстане, там без разрешения ветеринара, без вакцины, без здоровья животных на пастбище ветеринар уже не пропускает. Он отвечает за здоровье животных с полной ответственностью. Также вот вчера буквально предложили наладить, то есть это тоже в рамках проекта ФАО, наладить механизмы координации и взаимодействия именно трех отраслей. Это ветеринария, здравоохранение, также сельское хозяйство, чтобы все планы относительно устойчивого животноводства проводить совместно и принимать решения совместно. Необходимо повысить тоже предложение животноводов, повысить информированность местных животноводов путем коммуникации, путем СМС, телевидения, путем создания платформы сетей, свою платформу для того, чтобы предупреждать о каких-либо новых болезнях животных, заранее предупреждать, чтобы они могли провести специальные мероприятия. Вчера вот рассказывали случаи, когда была в Иране вспышка оспы, иранские коллеги успели своевременно предупредить туркменских животноводов, и своевременно были приняты необходимые меры по вакцинации и успешно сохранили поголовье скота тем самым. Поэтому это тоже как бы является для местных животноводов основной. Так, на государственном уровне разработать механизмы стимулирования ветеринаров, чтобы вчера тоже об этом очень много говорилось. Это очень хорошая идея, чтобы повысить зарплату, чтобы обеспечить транспортом, чтобы там помогать в социально-бытовых условиях ветеринаров, чтобы они не покидали и не оставляли свою профессию. Так, и реагирование на экологические факторы. Такие предложения были необходимо обязательно даже внедрить систему раннего оповещения о возможных негативных погодных явлений, связанных с изменением климата, для того, чтобы сохранить свои пастбищные угодья, там, животных. Инициировать обмен полезной информацией между странами, организовать подобные совещания, организовать платформы, организовать встречу между пастбищепользователями, между животноводами других государств, соседних государств, для того, чтобы обмениваться мнениями и для устойчивого управления животноводством. Институализация для устойчивого управления пастбищами. Это является самым важным, необходимым мероприятием, потому что в настоящее время, вот опять-таки возвращаясь, например, в других стран, есть организация, ответственная за животноводство, есть полномочный орган, ответственный за обводение пастбищ, но нет пока что такого ответственного органа, который несет ответственность именно за пастбище. Поэтому самое главное предложение наших животноводов и наших специалистов международных проектов создать орган, ответственный именно за пастбище. Вот, например, на примере Кыргызстана есть при Министерстве хозяйства есть отдельный департамент пастбищ, который отвечает за устойчивость пастбищ, за сохранение продуктивной емкости данных пастбищ. Необходимо обводнить те самые 30% необводненных территорий пастбищ, потому что овцы, животные, сосредотачиваясь на одном участке вокруг одного колодца, очень несут большой урон для пастбищ, они деградируют. Но есть другие участки, где очень большое количество емкости пастбищ, и необходимо на этих участках строительство садовых, ну, в общем, пустынных водных источников. И такое предложение было необходимо при составлении плана, финансового плана управления, финансово-производственного плана управления животноводческих хозяйств. Необходимо включать мероприятия по адаптации, снижению рисков, связанных с изменением климата. Данные для устранения, для улучшения данного фактора, то есть в качестве инноваций, основные предложения были сделаны предпринимателями, нашими предпринимателями, животноводами. Вот вчера буквально мы собирали эти предложения. Необходимо открыть именно мини-предприятия, именно для местных сообществ животноводов, пастбища, пользователей, как бы со стороны предпринимателей и государства субсидировать, выдавать кредиты для строительства мини-цехов для переработки молока коз и также шерсти овец. Также инициировать на уровне министерств, инициировать идентификацию воспроизводства овец, использовать технологии искусственного осенения для регулирования воспроизводства. Это то, что мероприятие, которое сверху относится. Необходимо содействовать закупке оборудования для производства жидкого азота. Такое предложение было. На базе частных животноводческих ферм необходимо есть потребность создания учебных центров для обучения молодых, не обязательно для повышения их потенциала и знаний ветеринаров и осеменителей. И необходима закупка аппаратов для определения кормовой ценности семян. Это тоже такая необходимость есть. Это коротко выступление, если по какому-то мероприятию, предложению или фактору есть вопросы. У нас есть животновод, он может в свободное время вам ответить. Он также принес свою презентацию. Мы как бы по просьбе Юрия вчера полностью отсортировали данную презентацию. Все, статистическую информацию, все очистили, чтобы как бы не нарушать правила нашей конференции, нашего семинара. Спасибо большое за то, что вы меня потерпели, прослушали.
Спасибо большое. Очень интересная презентация. Информативная. Я хотел бы со своей стороны, к сожалению, мы довольно мало работаем еще пока в этой стадии. И это очень хорошо, что вы сейчас здесь, вы представили, рассказали о ситуации, о тех изменениях, предложили ответы. И пользуясь тем, что у нас присутствует господин Райтман, я хотел бы сказать, что нам было бы неплохо посмотреть, как объединить усилия, во-первых, нескольких проектов, которые у нас есть в Туркменистане, а во-вторых, как объединить усилия разных групп стейкхолдеров. То есть вот у вас есть хорошие, понимаю,
да.
можете представить бизнес. У нас есть хорошие контакты в правительстве, есть контакты в науке. Нам нужно будет как-то подумать, что мы можем сделать и как сформулировать те ответы на изменения с точки зрения того, что мы называем Mountain Stakeholder Partnership.
Да, да.
Многостороннего партнерства. И мы пока предварительно, Эран и я планируем быть в вашей стране после 20 ноября, возможно, не точно, но планируем. И предлагаю встретиться и обговорить на месте, и может пригласить на встречу также представителей и бизнеса, и науки, и правительства, чтобы мы могли поговорить еще, что мы можем сделать на месте. Спасибо.
Я очень надеюсь на встречу, и мы об этом еще поговорим с вами. Спасибо большое.
Да, спасибо вам. Вопросы, пожалуйста. А потом после вопросов у нас будет перерыв на кофе.
Спасибо за презентацию. Какие виды льготы или финансовой помощи выделяются государством для поддержки животноводов?
Относительно, спасибо за вопрос. Относительно, я хотел в начале презентации об этом сказать. Сейчас, благодаря политику нашего президента, сейчас в качестве поддержки животноводам проводятся огромные мероприятия. Есть здесь некоторые примеры. Вчера вот у нашего предпринимателя, даже он сам может сказать об этом. Сейчас у нас вообще со стороны государства для сельскохозяйственной деятельности есть банк, Тайханбанк, выдает льготные кредиты на 1%. Эти кредиты выдаются на закупку оборудования, на закупку кормов, на закупку племенных семян скота. Вот вчера только говорили, до пандемии были закуплены крупнорогатый скот во Франции, Германии, также в Иране. Также правительство сейчас поддерживает малый бизнес, который начинающим предпринимателям создает возможность обучения в Союзе предпринимателей. Если правильно, как поддерживает вас, например, правительство. Но я здесь могу вам зачитать, у меня есть информация, именно вот цифровая информация относительно вот поддержки. Айдайте нам. Если можно микрофон, я переведу его.
Ну, конечно, вот наши коллеги сказали, вот Сербии,
Я хотел там съездить, там канал субсидии. Ну, у нас не дается субсидии, ну, хорошо помогает этот лизинг. Вот, например, вот у нас до миллиона долларов вот недавно дали оборудование, жондыры, классы или оборудование, селки. А вот ферму строить, например, до 3 миллиона долларов вот, на 10 лет, на 20 лет, без процент, ну, 1% этот кредит дает. А субсидий у нас пока нету.
Спасибо.
Называется устойчивое развитие животноводства. Вот коллега подробно в таблицах, презентация показал роль и факторы, влияющие на устойчивое развитие животноводства. Вы указали только ветеринарную службу.
Да.
Вы не учитывали роль за технические службы в устойчивом развитии животноводства. Ведь животноводство, ветеринария, зоотехния, они тесно связаны.
Да, дорогой, как это у вас?
Раджалов Нажмиддин, Таджикистан.
Очень приятно. Я в Таджикистане был. Да, на ваш вопрос я могу ответить, но я как в начале презентации сказал, что данное предложение отражает только наш региональный проект КАСИЛом. Если бы вы собрали бы мнение наших ученых и наших сейчас у нас то, что презентация, это отражает мнение наших предпринимателей животноводов. И непосредственно здесь больше уклон был сделан на ветеринарию со стороны предпринимателей и на пастбище со стороны нас. Мы в основном сейчас занимаемся пастбищами, но мы можем вам дать координаты, контакты наших ученых, животноводов, и вы можете эти вопросы с ним уточнить даже сегодня. Мы можем организовать вам онлайн-встречу, если это необходимо. Спасибо.
Any other questions? Okay, if we don't have any more questions, then now it's time for the coffee break, and please come back here in 25 minutes. 11:30. В 11:30 возвращаемся обратно. 25 минут на кофе-брейк.
Все, мне можно ходить совсем? Без вашего разрешения я уже не могу двинуться с места. Спасибо всем, что прослушали. В дальнейшем мы думаем, что у нас 2 дня есть, мы еще пообщаемся. Спасибо большое, Юрий.
Спасибо вам.
Besi amacı ve bunlara da besi ırkı sığırların spermalarıyla döllenmesi yoluyla doğan yavrunun beside kullanılması yaklaşımı benimsendi. Bu tabii ülkesel bir politika değil, çiftçilerimizin kendilerinin bu sosyoekonomik faktörlerle gerçekleştirdikleri bir olay son 5-6 yıldır özellikle, ama son 2 yıldır çok belirgin hale geldi. Bunun bir ülkesel politik olarak gerçekleştirildiği ülkeler de var. Özellikle işte İrlanda bunu yapıyor. Amerika Birleşik Devletleri buna başladı. Çünkü süt ineğinde çok ciddi bir sayısal fazlalık var. Et ihtiyacını karşılamak için süt ineklerine besi ırkı spermanın kullanılarak yavruların beside kullanılması tüm dünyada yaygınlaşan bir yöntem. Ülkemizde de çiftçilerimiz bunu gerçekleştiriyorlar. Önemli bir değişim. Evet, tek sağlıkla ilgili faktörlere bakarsak son 2 yılda karşılaştığımız önemli hususların başında bu senenin başında ülkemizde yaşanan şap hastalığı pandemisi geliyor. Şap hastalığı aslında bizim ülkemizde endemik bir hastalık. Yani 1950'li yıllardan beri endemi halinde görülüyor. Ama bu seneki pandeminin farkı ülkemizde çok uzun yıllardır biliyorsunuz şap hastalığı virüsün 7 ayrı serotipi tarafından ve onun alt tipleri tarafından gerçekleştirilir. Bizim ülkemizde klasik olarak 1950'li yıllardan beri en azından kayıt altındaki vakalar O suşu ve SAT1 suşu tarafından gerçekleştiriliyor. SAT1 suşu South African Territory Type 1. Bu ikisi yıllardır ülkemizde görüldüğü için 1960'lı yılların sonunda kurulan ve gerçekten de yani medarı iktidarımız diyebileceğimiz ŞAP Enstitüsü ki ülkemizdeki aşıların üretiminden sorumlu birimdir bakanlığa ait. ŞAP Enstitüsü 60'lı yıllardan beri tecrübesiyle O suşu ve SAT1 suşuna karşı ülke genelinde aşılamaları gerçekleştiriyordu. Ancak bu seneki pandemi SAT2 suşuyla daha önce ülkemizde hiç görülmeyen, dolayısıyla kendisine karşı aşı geliştirmediğimiz bir suçlu oldu. Bu durum aslında iklim değişikliğiyle de biraz önce saydığım özellikle Suriye, Irak hattından olan hayvan hareketleriyle ve göçmen hareketleriyle doğrudan ilişkili. Çünkü SAT2 suçu Kuzey Afrika ve Orta Doğu'ya ait bir suç. Ve ülkemizde ilk kez bu sene karşılaşılır. Orta Anadolu, Doğu Anadolu ve Güney Doğu Anadolu'da 40'ın üzerinde şehir etkilendi. Ama hızlıca ŞAP Enstitüsü çok kısa bir süre içerisinde yaklaşık 25-30 gün içerisinde bu suça karşı aşı geliştirdi ve 3-4 ay içerisinde bu pandeminin üstesinden gelindi ülkemizde. Bu senenin önemli bir olayıydı. Yine kanatlılarda hayli patojenik avian influenza, kuş gribi vakası görüldü bu senenin Ocak ayında. Orta Batı Anadolu'da 2 büyük il olan Afyonkarahisar ve Denizli'de Ocak ve Mart ayları arasında bu pandemiyi yaşadık. Ancak uygulanan tedbirlerle çok kısa süre içerisinde hastalık ortadan kalktı. Hatta Dünya Hayvan Sağlığı Örgütü'ne Ağustos ayında bakanlığımızdan yazılan yazı üzerine şu an tekrar free zone olarak görülüyor ülkemiz. Yani bu pandemiyle de çok hızlı başa çıktık diyebilirim. Tabii diğer tek sağlıkla ilgili etmenler ülkemizde tek sağlık konsepti üzerine farkındalığın hızla artıyor olması. Bununla da yakından ilişkili olacak şekilde antimikrobiyal direnç konusunda farkındalığın hızla ülkemizde artması söz konusu. Fotoğraflarda ŞAP pandemisinde çekilen, Kastamonu ilinden çekilen bir görüntüyü görüyorsunuz. Yine avian influenza pandemisinde Denizli'den çekilen bir görüntü. Antimikrobiyal dirençle alakalı vurgulamamız gereken bir husus var. Çok belirgin değil ama grafikte kırmızı renkle ikinci sırada Türkiye'yi görüyoruz. İlk sırada Yunanistan var. Tüm dünyada antimikrobiyal direnç oranında birinci ülke Yunanistan, ikinci ülke ise Türkiye. Bu dirençteki oran. İşe başına antimikrobiyal kullanımında ise birinci sırada Türkiye var. Dolayısıyla bunlar çok çok önemli Türkiye için. Evet, çevresel etkenlere baktığımızda elbette karşılaşmış olduğumuz, güncel olarak karşılaştığımız o en önemli çevresel etken, Şubat ayının başında Türkiye'nin güneyinde karşılaştığımız çok büyük deprem. Yine Suriye'nin kuzeyini de etkileyen bir deprem. Görüntüde deprem bölgesinde koyunları görüyorsunuz. Yıkılmış bir eve ait koyunları görüyorsunuz. Maalesef deprem 11 büyük vilayeti etkiledi. 1,5 milyon kişi bir anda evsiz kaldı. Yani kayıplarımızı, yaralılarımızı, vefat eden vatandaşlarımızı saymıyorum. 1,5 milyon kişi bir anda evsiz kaldı. Bölge 11 ilin etkilenmesiyle birlikte bölge zaten tarım ve hayvancılıkta çok iyi bir bölge. Tüm Türkiye'deki büyükbaş hayvan varlığının %12'sini, küçükbaş hayvan varlığının %16'sını bu 11 il kapsıyordu. Tarımsal üretiminde %20'sini karşılıyordu bu 20 ülke. 11 şehir. Dolayısıyla tarım ve hayvancılık sektörü depremden çok olumsuz etkilendi. Ama çok hızlı yaraları sarmaya başladık. Hala da devam ediyor. Ama ekonomik boyutu da psikolojik boyutu da çok büyük olan bir felaketti. Dolayısıyla hayvancılık sektörünü çok etkiledi. İklim değişikliği hemen her ülkede olduğu gibi ülkemizi de etkiliyor. Ama Türkiye iklim değişikliğinden en çok etkilenecek ülkeler kategorisinde. Dolayısıyla kuraklık önemli bir sorun ülkemizde. Özellikle 2021 yılında yaşanan kuraklık çok üst boyutlardaydı. Şimdi son 40 yılın sıcaklık ortalaması günlük 13,6 derece. 2021 yılında bu 14,9 dereceydi. Son 40 yılın en büyük kuraklığıydı. Ülkemizde 81 il var. Bu 81 ilden 41'i yoğun şekilde etkilendi. Bu kuraklıktan, 2021 yılındaki kuraklıktan. 2022 nispeten daha iyiydi ancak bu senenin henüz kuraklık raporu açıklanmadı ama bu senede çok kurak bir yıl oluyor. En çok etkilenen bölgelerde Doğu ve Güneydoğu Anadolu bölgelerimiz oldu. Ki bu bölgeler meraya dayalı hayvancılığın yapıldığı bölgeler. Dolayısıyla hayvancılık sektörü de özellikle besin maddeleri ihtiyacının karşılanamaması noktasında çok olumsuz etkilendi. Tabii iklim değişikliğinin bir başka etkisi de hayvanların yaşadığı sıcaklık stresi. Sıcaklık stresi tabii süt inekleri başta olmak üzere tüm hayvansal üretim sistemlerinde olumsuz etkiliyor. Türkiye'nin hemen her ili sığırlar için konuşuyorum, ısı stresinden etkileniyor. Tabii bazı şehirler daha fazla etkileniyor ama örneğin yarın bir çiftliği ziyaret edeceğiz. Antalya'da ısı stresinin nemle birlikte çok etkili olduğu bir şehir. Yarınki işletmede soracağız neler yapıyorlar, özellikle reprodüktif yönetimde neler yapıyorlar. Örneğin bazı illerde, Aydın gibi daha sıcak illerde Ege bölgesinde ısı stresinin çok belirgin olduğu ve reprodüktif fonksiyonlar üzerine çok olumsuz etkilerinin olduğu Haziran, Temmuz, Ağustos aylarında neredeyse hiç suni tohumlama yapılmıyor. Dolayısıyla ısı stresi de en önemli çevresel etkenlerden birisi ülkemizde etkili olan. Tabii teknolojik inovasyonla ilgili etmenler dediğimizde tabii PLF dediğimiz Precision Livestock Farming ya da Türkçe olarak hassas hayvancılık diyeceğimiz teknolojilerin tüm dünyada olduğu gibi bizim ülkemizde de yaygınlaşarak devam etmesi. son birkaç yılda yaşanan önemli bir değişiklik, tamamen devlet eliyle gerçekleştirilen sığır sperması ve embriyo üretiminin özel sektöre de açılmış olması. Önümüzdeki yıllarda şu an birkaç firma faaliyette ama önümüzdeki yıllarda bu sektörlerin hızla gelişmesini bekliyoruz. Tabii ülkemizde cinsiyeti belirli sperma kullanımı da hızla artıyor. Bir başka hususta yeni mezun veteriner hekimlerin, özellikle genç veteriner hekimlerin mezuniyet sonrası yeterlilikleri noktasında aslında bütün dünyada yaşanan bir problem. Dün Sırbistan'ın sunumunda da belirtilmişti. Yani yeni mezun veteriner hekimlerin Moldova'nın sunumunda da onların yeterlilikleri hakkında konuşmuştuk. Yeni mezun veteriner hekimlerin özellikle büyükbaş hayvancılıkta etkinlikleri tüm dünyada hızla düşmüş durumda. Hatta Avrupa'da veteriner fakültesi mezunlarının sadece 5 ila 6'sı büyükbaş ve küçükbaş sektöründe çalışıyor. Dolayısıyla buraya doğru mezunlarımızı veteriner hekimliği eğitiminde bu büyüyen işletme tiplerine ihtiyaçlarını karşılayabilecek şekilde düzenlememiz gerekiyor. Önemli bir değişiklik, ülkemizde veteriner eğitimi çekirdek müfredat programına yapay zekanın eklenmiş olması geçtiğimiz günlerde. Dolayısıyla tüm veteriner fakültelerinde yapay zeka ve iletişim becerileri mutlak surette müfredatta öğrencilerin öğrenim hayatları boyunca öğretilmeye çalışılacak çok yoğun biçimde. Peki neler yapılabilir, hangi önerilerde bulunabilir bu hususlarda? Tabii jeopolitik belirsizliklerin gerek gerekse hayvansal ürünlerin ithalat ve ihracatında etkilerinin minimuma indirilmesi çok önemli bir husus. Türkiye örneğin koyun ihracatında özellikle Orta Doğu ülkeleri olmak üzere yıllardır 1960'lı yıllardan beri çok yoğun bir ihracat potansiyeli vardır. Ancak özellikle geçtiğimiz sene ve bu sene bu ihracatta çok ciddi problemler yaşandı. Bu yüzden örneğin koyun fiyatları, kuzu fiyatları ya da koyun eti fiyatları çok düşmüş durumda ülkemizde. Tabii hızlı kentleşmeden bahsettik. Bunun getirdiği sorunların ele alınması çok çok önemli. Bir başka hususta son yıllarda özellikle hayvancılıkla ilgili desteklemelerin miktarının arttırılması ve hayvancılık işletmelerinin kredilere erişiminin sağlanması son 1-2 yıldır çok sıkıntılı olan konular. Maalesef bugün hani hayvancılık işletmelerinin uzun vadeli krediye erişimi imkansız gibi bir şey şu an ülkemizde. Tek sağlıkla ilgili önerilerimiz şunlar olabilir. Tabii önemli hayvan hastalıklarının sürekli kontrolü ve eradikasyonunun desteklenmesi gerekiyor. Bu konuda genel olarak çok başarılı bir ülke olduğumuzu söylemem lazım ama bunların devamlılığı için sürekli bir ilerleme gerekli. Bir başka husus işte tek sağlık yaklaşımı. Tek sağlık yaklaşımı biliyorsunuz çok multidisipliner. Yani insan sağlığı, hayvan sağlığı, bitki sağlığı, biyoçeşitlilik ve çevre üzerine etkilerin hep birlikte değerlendirilmesi gereken ve bu alanların koordineli şekilde gerçekleştirmesi gereken yaklaşımlar. Ülkemizde henüz tek sağlık yaklaşımı emekleme aşamasında dersek yanılmış olmayız. Çünkü birlikte hareket etmede biraz eksikliğimiz var. Yani insan sağlığı, tıpçılar tek sağlıkla ilgili bir şeyler yapıyor. Veteriner hekimler bir şeyler yapıyor. Çevreyle ilgili olanlar bir şeyler yapıyor ama ortak bir akıl oluşturabildiğimizi söylemem çok mümkün değil. Tabii hayvan sağlığı ve refahının arttırılması ve koruyucu veteriner hekimlik hizmetlerinin verilmesiyle özellikle antimikrobiyal kullanımının gereksiz ve fazla antimikrobiyal kullanımının önüne geçebileceğimizi düşünüyorum. Belki de tabii en önemlisi antimikrobiyal direnç, takip ve izleme noktasında kapasitemizin ve yeterliliklerimizin arttırılması çok çok önemli bir husus. Ve ülkemizin çok önemli bir ihtiyacı durumunda. Çevresel etkiler ile elbette iklim değişikliğinin hayvan sağlığı ve enfeksiyöz hastalıkların yayılması üzerine etkilerinin azaltılması gerekiyor. Tabii hayvan sağlığıyla ilgili acil durumlarda iklim değişikliğinin neden olduğu bu acil durumlara karşı korunma, hazırlık ve yanıt aşamaları için ulusal platformların, politikaların, altyapının ve araçların oluşturulması gerekli. Ama belki de en önemlisi hayvancılık sektörünün ülkemizin iklim eylem planları içerisinde yeterince yer alması hususu. Maalesef burada çok çok eksiyiz. 2011-2023 iklim değişimi eylem planı var ülkemizin. Ve maalesef bu plana baktığımız zaman hayvancılık sektörünün neredeyse isminin bile geçmediğini görüyorsunuz. Şimdi 2023 yılında yeni bir eylem planı oluşturulacak. Umarım burada hayvancılık sektörünün olması gerektiği kadar dahil edilmesi çok çok önemli bir husus. Tabii teknolojik yeniliklerin etkileri için bir kere hassas hayvancılık yöntemleri ya da teknolojilerinin sürdürülebilir hayvancılık için öneminin bir şekilde daha iyi anlaşılması gerekiyor. Bunun hem sadece üreticiler için değil, hem teknoloji geliştiren firmalar için, hem politika oluşturan insanlar için önümüzde hayvancılık sektörünün sürdürülebilirliği için hassas hayvancılık teknolojilerinin olmazsa olmaz olduğunu anlamamız gerekiyor. Tabii çok geniş bir konu hassas hayvancılık teknolojileri ama ülkemizde tüm dünyada olduğu gibi özellikle sığırlarda öz süt belirlemede mastitis ve meme sağlığının izlenmesinde etkinliği ortaya konulmuş durumda. Ülkemizde de kullanım sürekli artıyor. Bir önemli husus, büyük işletmelerin bunlara yatırımları oluyor ama ülkemizde hala baskın işletme tipi hayvancılıkta aile tipi işletmeler. Dolayısıyla bu teknolojilerin bu çiftliklere de bu üreticiler için de erişilebilir olması hayati önem taşıyor. Tabii tüm dünyada olduğu gibi üreticilerin de bu teknolojileri kabullenmesi ve kullanması için de sosyal engeller var. Bu engellerin ortaya konulması ve bertaraf edilmesi çok çok önemli. Ama hiçbirimizin unutmaması gereken husus bu hassas hayvancılık teknolojileri olmadan sürdürülebilir bir hayvancılık önümüzdeki süreçte mümkün değil. Teşekkür ediyorum. Ben dinlediğiniz için.
Thank you very much for your presentation, colleagues. Please, questions.
Спасибо за презентацию, содержательную и объемную. У меня вопрос. Какая доля европейских пород, высокопродуктивных пород, молочном скотоводстве в Турции и с какими проблемами? Я повторяю. Какой процент удельный вес завезенных из Европы пород крупного, которые в этом молочном направлении, и с какими проблемами связана ввоз и адаптация этих животных. Спасибо.
Sen de alabilir miyim? Actually, so imports for dairy production is also still continuing, but we have Holstein breed, we have Pinkas. We have these breeds for years, and most of them are adapted to local conditions. Still, the import is going on. Especially we import pregnant people. For adaptation, we don't have much issue. But the problem is the demand in the market. Milk prices are not increasing, and there's a continuous decrease. So paying for a Holstein cow means is not advantageous at the moment for most farms.
Можно вопрос, да? Меня вот такой вопрос интересует.
For the percentage, I'm not sure, but now we have more than around 20 million cattle, and I believe more than half are these breeds.
Меня вот такой вопрос интересует. Турецких фермеров какой специализированный банк кредитует? И какие условия кредитования? Спасибо.
Excuse me, can you repeat the question, please?
Повторить? Турецких фермеров.
Tabii çok farklı kredi çeşitleri var. Ama özellikle hayvancılık konusundaki krediler bizim devlet bankalarımız, Ziraat Bankası ve Vakıf Bank üzerinden veriliyor. Tabii bazı özel bankaların da hayvancılık sektörüne özel bazı kredi kampanyaları oluyor ama neredeyse tamamını hayvancılık sektörünün kredilerinin devlet bankalarından, Vakıf Bank ve Ziraat Bankası üzerinden ve Halk Bank üzerinden olduğunu söyleyebilirim. Şartlar çok değişken. Yani yapmak istediğiniz hayvancılık tipine, yapmak istediğiniz lokasyona, üretim şeklinize ya da teknolojiye yatırım düşüncenize göre kredilerin oranları ve miktarları değişiyor diyebilirim genel olarak.
Sure.
Так, спасибо за доклад. Вы в докладе наметили слово «пользуются специальной спермой». Что подразумевается под специальной спермой? Это просто управление полом теленка или как? Или еще какой-то это самый?
Böyle yani suni toplum özellikle sütün etkiliğinde suni tohumlama zaten ülkemizin çok uzun yıllardır rutin uygulaması şeklinde. Cinsiyeti belli spermanın toplandıktan sonra özel bazı tekniklerle dişi ve erkeğin ayrılması, dolayısıyla istediğiniz cinsiyette yavruyu ergin bir şekilde seçilmesi.
Yeah. Actually, my question is related to the one before about the funding. I believe Turkey, and yesterday we had the presentation from Serbian colleague. You are like what from two countries in this room who are actually have the status of the EU candidate. You have access to the pre-accession funding, and namely the IPART program. So do you benefit from the program, or what is your opinion? How important it is, or maybe, I don't know, can you live without it, or did you get the question, or I can rephrase it?
Anladım. Şöyle, yani bizim ülkemiz 2000'li yılların başından beri İPART programlarından destekli, yani çok yararlanmıştı, hala da yararlanmaya devam ediyor. Bu destekler olmasa devam eder mi? Elbette devam eder. Ama son 20 yılda gerçekten Avrupa Birliği fonlarından hayvancılık işletmelerinin kurulması ve sürdürülebilmesi adına çok faydalandık ülke olarak. Ama Sırbistan'daki gibi öyle hayvan başına 800 eurolar, 900 eurolar gibi desteklemelerimiz yok.
Okay. If no more questions, thank you very much for your presentation. And we are going to move to our last but not least presentation from Ukraine. Please.
Dear colleagues, I would like to present you some information about Ukrainian experience. You know that Ukraine is very important grain producer and sunflowers, but also animal production is important in Ukraine. So share of animal production in the total agricultural products is in 2022 was on the level 21.8%. So it means fifth part of our agricultural economy is dependent on animal production. At the same time, I would like to say that our animal production is on transition period. We call this transition period. But in fact, this is not very good period because after destroying the Soviet Union, every year the number of cattle and pigs less and less, 1 till 2% comparing to the previous year. Only poultry we have success, but we need consume not only poultry meat, but also pig meat and dairy products. But as you can see here on this slide, as you can see here on this slide, every year the reduction of animals is observed. It's not good. We call this transition period, as I told you, but in fact, this is some kind of not very good and not very promising situation. And we don't know how long will it take, because if we can follow this line, so in 10 years, we will not find animals in Ukraine at all. if we compare it with 2010, I told you about the share of animal production, but in 2010 it was 29.5%. So it means in 15 years, the share of animal production in total agriculture production reduced dramatically. But we will not speak today about Ukrainian figures, but mostly about drivers and our response to these drivers. So we need to, I would like to explain you, we need to divide. There is a drivers which are typical for Ukraine and maybe also for other countries, and there is some special case in Ukraine related to war. Because you know, this war destroyed our figures, and we cannot have now continual statistic because this year and last year it was not typically for our agriculture, and these figures really can explain the agriculture in Ukraine at all. But anyway, I can show you here. How does it work? Okay. So as you can see here, in 12 months of acute phase of war, because war is actually, we have war since 2014, but the acute phase of war began in February 2022, and total damages of agriculture was calculated officially 8.7 billion, and indirect losses was on the level of 31.5 billion. In official data, now we have the last calculation, even $40 billion, but it's not the end of the story, and we will expect bigger losses. How big, it's difficult to predict. But it's only losses. There are some drivers, actually. Destruction of grain harvest in Ukraine, it's not directly livestock, but also because feedstuff was also stored there, and this feedstuff is needed for local producer as also internationally. Now we have a big territory with mining, and we need to take it off because it's difficult to have an agriculture in the territory which is with mines. With electricity and resources of energy, it now is not so acute as it was in the winter, but who knows what will happen this winter? We don't know exactly. And with processing and storage of products, because if you don't have electricity, you cannot store your product. And it was a big issue because the supermarket should throw away the products, and other processing factories could not process actually because of problem with electricity and high service costs. Of course, if you need to buy something now, it's expensive than before, and if you need somebody who will give you some kind of service, everybody would like to have more money because it's more dangerous than before, and supply chains disruption, and of course, this is limited access to global market and vice versa. Somebody from country presentations even today and yesterday told us that there are some problems with the access of Ukrainian products to world market, and at the same time, this is a problem from world markets to Ukraine because medical drugs and other things, and which is essentially needed for us, also difficult sometimes to buy because some of them should be delivered with a special temperature, and this temperature is not always can be granted. And of course, some farming facilities are destroyed. I will not show you this picture, but you can imagine, because this territory, which is actually near close to war line, is actually affected with this. And this is typically related to the war, but we have also another drivers which not really related to the war. This is inflation and financial instability is, of course, a little bit related to the war, but not only. I've seen that some presenters today explain this. And we have also general to reduction of meat consumption by a young generation. This is not so like in Europe maybe, but is also, we can see this trend also in Ukraine. And this is not good because if young generation would like to consume meat, so for whom we will produce it later on. Another one, human resources storage. Almost everybody told that there is a problem with the young generation in the rural area. We have this also before, but during the war, it's even worse because some people goes to army, some people go outside of Ukraine. So, and this is actually problem. And another problem is the difficulties with organizing of education right now, because according to our Minister of Education, 26,000 of teachers are outside of Ukraine, and 1.9 million of students, pupil and students have lessons only online, and 1.6 have in hybrid format, sometimes visiting school, sometimes online. And we have more than 3,500 educational institutions destroying during the war, and a lot of pupil are outside of Ukraine in Europe or kidnapped to the direction of Russian Federation. So they have no really access to education as we would like to have it. And one of social economical drivers and maybe geopolitical for Ukraine is approximation of national legislation to EU requirements. This is good and not good at the same time, because some farmers don't understand these rules and they don't understand why should they follow this, especially at animal welfare issue. But anyway, we try to do this, and there is no money to actually to implement this in the form we would like to have. But anyway, we do this, and this legislation, maybe we need just a little bit more time to come to this. And of course, access to EU market is now more or less good, because during the war we have some more possibilities to go to EU market. But you know, this discussion with Poland, with the Slovak Republic, and the other countries about grain export last time, it's also not easy. And land reform. Maybe not everybody from you know that now land can be bought by private person. And this is not very easy process. But it's very important, because if you would like to invest into cattle production, especially in cattle production, you should know exactly that land belongs to you. Poultry is okay, you can buy cereals, and pigs, okay, but cattle production, dairy, you need to have the land. So, but we will see. It's just the initial stage for us, and we don't know exactly the results. One important issue is dependence on import of genetic materials. So I would say we maybe lost this war against foreign breeds. The dependence on import from genetic materials we can see almost in all our branches, poultry especially, and pigs, and now cattle. And especially difficult is now during the war, because this line, this is broken. Change is difficult to fulfill. So, and our producers so need to weigh in other ways or another producers which can deliver genetic materials. And of course, like for everybody, growing interest in responsible consumption and plant-based diets. Somebody told us also in the previous presentation. Maybe we will discuss it later also. this way. So, One Health driver, risk of spreading diseases among animals. I mean, African swine fever is well-known issue. It's more or less under the control. It was more or less under the control and is more or less under the control. But this war territory is now difficult to control, and we know when we can find now foot and mouth disease, nodular dermatitis, tularemia, and other diseases. I have spoken with the people from veterinary department. They say that they cannot control everything what is happening right now on this territory. And we just hope that these diseases will not go through this line and will not spread inside of Ukraine, and this as a big event. In the same time, the risk of spreading disease among people and the threat of the industry's existence. So I mean, COVID or something like this, it was also a situation that the slaughterhouse should be closed because of disease of co-worker on these slaughterhouses. So if we will have some outbreaks like we had with COVID, it will also affect the livestock production in this case. And the use of antibiotics and other additives, this is a common issue for all countries, I think. So we need to control this, and we pay attention in Ukraine on control of this. Poor animal welfare practice. So it's new for us. We understand that it's important, but not everybody knows how does it work, and so we need to make some special maybe steps in this way. And changing of food safety standards. As I told you, we would like to improve our system and introduce some elements of EU legislation. Environmental drivers. This is also not special for Ukraine, but anyway, again with the war, it's also new for us because after explosion of bombing and some rockets, the territory which it was is actually polluted with some elements which are not very common for this territory. So we need to struggle against this. We put it hit ecocides as a consequence of war, as an example, destruction of Kakhovka Dam and something like this. This is only one case. There are lots of such cases. For water and nutrition management in agriculture, it's true, and this problem is also big for Ukraine. This year, this summer, it was in Kiev, 3 records at the same time, 3 temperature records. And almost every year we have records again. Some scientists say that our Dnieper, our river, is no river more if we take hydrobiological parameters. So it's mostly 6 big lakes connected with a small, low floating water. So, and what will happen in the next, we don't know, but we need to react on this, and we will discuss this later as a reaction of these drivers. Gas emission from agriculture. Okay, this is topic in Ukraine is also important, but if you speak about reduction of number of animals, maybe we can take this not so seriously like in other countries. Climate crisis, this belongs to this, and loss of biodiversity and ecosystem resilience. This is also very important theme. Biodiversity, we speak here about biodiversity in agriculture because we can see also the reduction of number of breeds inside of Ukraine. In typical example for example, in cattle production, this is Holstein, and they have also Ukrainian breeds, but the number of these breeds reducing. And if we speak about Ukrainian local breed, typically for Ukraine, this is Carpathian brown breed. Last official pedigree farm was closed in 2013, and this is only now in the population. So we don't have really a farm, a state farm, or even a registered farm for Ukrainian local breed. And another issue, environmental pollution by large livestock farms, because we have a poultry production which are concentrated in specialized farms. And if you take samples of water, of air, or the other parameters, you can see a big pollution near the farms. And technological innovation drivers. This is, it was sometimes difficult to define, is it good or not good, is it positive or negative? But anyway, we see now plant-based and synthetic meat alternatives on the market in Ukraine. Also, it's a popular field, and a lot of producers would like try himself to produce something. I don't know, I don't like this like a trend, because young generation react very, very fast on this and would like to try this, and some people stay with this plant-based diet. And there are a lot of scientific research, and so it's it's good that technological innovation coming into food industry, but at the same time it's bad because it can be dangerous for animal production. And it caused also change the traditional cuisine, because our Ukrainian cuisine is based on meat, actually. And if we make a replacement of meat for something else, so our traditional dishes disappearing with the time. Yesterday we talked about insects as a protein sources. It's not typically for Ukraine right now, but there's some initial stage of the discussion we can see also. It was also an attempt to make a conference even in Ukraine, but it was, as far as I know, it was not realized. Lack of deep processing. We need to use technological innovation to processing of animal products. We do something with the eggs, and we do something with the milk, but actually, even if in livestock it's difficult, we have to process it deeper. We export even live animals only to slaughter them in Ukraine, so it's not easy. And structures, changing structure of farms, because new technologies, some farms can take, like precision livestock farming, they can develop new innovations inside of the farm, and other farms don't react on this. So we can see two different trends. Big farms can be even bigger. They can introduce all these achievements, and small farms, and especially in cattle, they can decline the number, and they can lose the race. No, and the end technologies from what I recovered is just what we can apply these innovations to help our livestock production. So this was my part, but this is not only my presentation. My presentation together with Anna, and please, Anna.
Yeah, thank you so much for the introduction of the drivers. And I will catch up with the responses that we come up together with Professor Geta. So some 20 minutes till lunchtime. So I believe in you and your attention capacity of your brain. Responses to the first domain of the sustainability. So for the Ukrainian context and the regional context as well, the first and the most crucial enabling condition is that the war must end, and it must end with the ensured Ukrainian sovereignty within the internationally recognized borders. That's a huge and very extremely sensitive issue that deserves like a special discussion. Therefore, I suggest to leave it for some backstage discussions. So let's talk more about the more more positive, or the light at the end of the tunnel. That's recovery in the reconstruction process of Ukraine, which is already started as with the first liberated territories already last year. The reconstruction of communities and many infrastructural projects are already in place, and the reconstruction must be not only building back as it was, because the new recovery approach must address or take into account the new realities that we are living in, that we are living in a different social economic situation. We are simply living in a different environment, different climate system as it was before. So we can't build with the standards that we applied, I don't know, 20, 30, 40, and so on years ago. And also the reconstruction process is or must be in line with the EU accession process for Ukraine, as these two processes that are very complementary to each other, and may or will benefit if implemented with the consideration of each other. And the further bullet points here on the slide is actually sort of those, I don't know, signs of a sustainability of the reconstruction and the EU accession process of Ukraine. Yeah, the donors. There's a lot of attention, all eyes are on Ukraine, and many donors already investing in sustaining certain levels of production, including livestock production. Therefore, with the process of winning back our territory, our lands, there will be more attention and more donors and more investments, including the pre-EU accession funds. You might notice that I was asking a lot about it because I'm really curious this experience of other countries with the status of the EU candidate. Yeah, but to make that donors' efforts efficient, they need to be coordinated. You might remember the first slide of Professor Geta with the numbers of the cost of the war for the agriculture, and it was only for the first 12 months of the full-scale invasion of Russia, or by Russia. And it was 40 billions US dollars. And the costs are only rising with every next day of this war. So immense destruction, immense funds are needed to recover, to build back better. Therefore, coordination is a must. The transparency of the funding, which implies the participation of the stakeholders, public consultations. Yeah, and it's actually connected with the next bullet point of the ownership of those recovery projects. So I put here the rural communities must own or share the ownership of the projects, as they are the main beneficiaries of these efforts. You might know in your own experience that and some donors, I don't know, investors comes to make good. So this good ends when the project ends. So how to ensure the sustainability or longevity of the project is one of the factors is the ownership, that people feel responsible for the project, for the effort, that they are part of the process, not only observers of it. Yeah, the next bullet point is the timely reforms. Unfortunately, we're since 2014, when EU signed the association agreement with the EU, there was well, some reforms were systematically postponed, and yeah, especially in the environmental domain. Therefore, we really need to catch up with that. But I will return to that bullet on this response in the later slides. And of course, human resources. Yeah, tens of millions of Ukrainians were displaced in the country and outside the country. So one of the crucial responses, I mean, all that work which is much needed must be done with the actual people. So how to return the people, how to create the conditions that will make people like to go back to their lives and build it back. Yeah, so security, education, workplaces, and the livelihood. Let's go to this. Yep. So the One Health drivers, I would probably skip the second bullet point because it was already mentioned by other countries, and it's very common in the connection with the antibiotics and other medicaments used in farming. But what was also mentioned in the drivers, the animal welfare standards, it was together with the the animal welfare standards among those that postponed and not a priority. Unfortunately, still not a priority for the industry and for the policy. So that must be changed. Yeah, the animal waste management is actually connected closely with the environmental domain as well. But the animal waste management so far is quite poorly organized. And like, for instance, it has like a lot of connection with the health, with the environment and technology, and the tendencies of the livestock development, as it was like one example that or outstanding example is our poultry industry, which is really exclusion from the rule that we have a decline in the livestock number. The poultry is an absolutely different story. In a way, it's a success, but the success that comes with the price for the local communities and environment. The number of the poultry raised like prior the full-scale war over the 10 years or even less, it almost doubled in numbers. And it was these rocketing numbers were mostly ensured by one company, one producer, actual monopolist, and the production monopolist and also exporter monopolist. So it was export-oriented growth of the poultry. So we are exporting the chicken meat in huge numbers, but we are leaving the waste, the manure, for the actual territories. So, you know, the product is there, the safe and high quality as considered product, but what is left behind is left for the people and for the local communities to cope. And it has like a certain complication for the water quality, you know, the inglorious nitrate pollution. And for the rural communities, it's especially crucial because I believe in other countries, it's quite similar that in rural areas, we don't have in Ukraine centralized water supply. So people are using wells, boreholes for the water consumption. The groundwater is very sensitive to the practices on the ground. So if there's a source of pollution, major source of pollution like animal waste or manure, then it directly affects the quality of water, which affects the health of the rural population. Yeah, and the next bullet is the capacity development of the healthcare institution, laboratories, veterinary services. It's both like a technological capacity and also human capacity. So quite often, or prior, I know it not from the like animal farming sphere, but from the environmental monitoring sphere. I know like examples when there was like quite a big investments of the technological support to buy equipment for the water monitoring, water testing, but there was very few people who actually can work with that equipment. So we can't really concentrate it or say that we are lacking the equipment, but we also need to invest into the people. Yeah, environmental drivers. It was already mentioned before, the challenge with the data availability or existence, even collection, monitoring. So that's one of the challenges that was before the war, the full-scale war, and with the ongoing war, it's only got worse because it's just simply not safe to collect some samples, do the analysis, but also the monitoring network is quite was not sufficient before, and now it's also issue of accessibility. To actually to know what is the state of the environment, what is the state of the water, of the soil, what are the like emissions into the air, and what the share of the animal farming there. Yeah, so we all also hope as actually monitoring, the proper monitoring development is part of the EU accession of Ukraine. And also we have like quite some, well, some examples where we actually not translated, but adopted the EU legislation in Ukraine. But the problem is that it's adopted on the paper, and there is this challenge to actually adopt it on the field. So again, the connection with what Andrei said before, that people quite often, or farmers, they are resilient towards challenges because they don't understand. So we really need to not only like implement it on the paper, but actually have like outreach work with the farmers, with the rural communities, and it needs to be translated. The strategic documents needs to be translated into the action plan, which goes and literally implemented in the field. Yeah, it's a great, yeah, the part of this bigger framework for better environmental governance is integrated water management, integrated nutrients and pest management, and yeah, in the brackets I put the multi-stakeholder partnership principle, because that's the crucial part of the development of the integrated management plans, whether it's for water, for nutrients, etc. And the next interesting response or solutions, it's a nature-based solutions for the climate action in agriculture. There's a growing interest in Ukraine to this approach, let's say, because it allows to actually to work for the agriculture to work together with nature, not together, not opposite to the nature, and creating the synergy and multi benefits, let's say for all. Yeah, and talking about the multi benefits, yeah. The food waste energy nexus is there or starts to develop, but it's generally about the approach of the search of the projects or activities that have or that produce benefits for a number of sectors. So, for instance, like a biomethane production project has both or tackling the issues of the food production, or actually dealing with the residues of the food production. It also provides the organic fertilizer, so tackling the issue with the use of the nutrients or synthetic fertilizers as an alternative, rather sustainable alternative for the synthetic fertilizers, and it creates energy. Sort of a win-win-win situation. And there's already some projects implemented in Ukraine, and the interest is growing as what Professor Yeta said again at the beginning. There is a shortage and limited access to the energy sources. So people, farmers, including, looking for the alternatives to be self-sufficient. So there is not only interest, but already some projects in place. Yeah, best available techniques and the code of good farming practices in place. That's again, I'm returning to the EU accession process and invite those representatives of those countries that are, I don't know, not in this process, but this EU best available techniques. It's again like a guidance that you can use and might be of your interest for the livestock production. Yes, and about the capacity building, another important or crucial stakeholders is development of support of the development of the small-scale farming, small and medium farms, as there is a huge disparity and the disparity in the access to the resources, whether it's land or some intellectual or financial resources. So the smallholders are very much disadvantaged as of now. Talking about the land reform, which is like another highly sensitive issue for Ukraine. So the land market was opened just in 2021 with this period of priority for land purchase by the private by people, like a physical people, so actual farmers, and that period was given till 2024. So sort of giving the priority. So during this few years, farmers will actually manage to accumulate the land that they needed. Though unfortunately this priority period sort of overlapped with the war, and you can't really name the war as an enabling condition to buy the land or accumulate some resources to actually get it. So there is a discussion whether we need to prolong this period so actual smallholders will be able to buy the land that they need and yeah, actually change some power balance. Yes, and another response is the added value production, again with the focus on the small medium enterprises. Is it this? No. Oh.
It was done already.
Ah, that's thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Colleagues, we have a couple of minutes for a couple of questions to Ukrainian presenters. Do you have any questions? No questions.
Everyone is hungry, I believe.
Okay, but I still will keep you for a couple of minutes. Okay, there's a question. I wanted to, after questions, I wanted to tell a couple of words about what we are going to do afternoon.
Извините, мне нет вопроса. Слава Украине.
Слава.
Спасибо. So no questions.
Oh, it's so interesting. There are so many questions I can ask.
Okay. Actually, we don't have time because it is only 1 minute till the lunch break. So thank you very much for the presentation. And yes, I would again remind that if you have any questions, you can continue during the lunchtime. So thank you. Now I would like to tell very briefly before we go to the lunch. I'd like to tell very briefly what we are going to do after the lunch. So obviously we have some changes in our agenda, in our schedule because of my poor time management skills. But also we have some additions We are going to have two brief, I'm kindly asking to keep them brief, presentations. One would be about organic livestock production, and another would be, I hope it would spark some discussions. It would be a presentation about a project idea in Kyrgyzstan on making the livestock more environment friendly. So each of these presentations would be, I hope, no longer than 15 minutes. Then, so we don't have any more country presentations. We did all of them. And then we have time allocated for discussion on development of the regional GASL chapter. I want to elaborate a little bit on what we are going to do during this time. So, it is not written on the agenda, so that's why I just want to talk about this with you now. So we will digest this information over the lunch, and it will be faster for us to move forward during this time slot. First of all, as you know, we have a guiding group, regional guiding group of our agenda, who were elected at our recent. We have a guiding group of our region for the global agenda. These people were elected during the previous meeting, which was in Tashkent last year. So I guess we have all of them present here. Can you please, colleagues, can you please raise hands who were elected last time and who were invited to travel to Ireland last year? Can you please raise your hands? Dilip, I guess you were elected and you are part of this group, no? No. I'm just asking everyone who was elected to be part of the group to raise your hand. Professor Kanja was elected. Yes. So I see three hands. And Professor Retia was elected, 4 hands. We are missing someone else. Tatiana, of course. Is it all? Okay, seems so. Maybe I missed someone. In any case, I suggest that we a little bit update our guiding group, but not by re-electing the members, but by expanding the group. We have some new countries, the first time in our meeting. We have several Balkan countries, we have Mongolia. So I suggest to elect 2 more additional members of the group. So these regions would be, countries would be presented as well. So that is the first thing we are going to do. Second, all of you by now have a list of drivers and responses. Some of you prepared it at first times, some of you sent them yesterday in the evening after I asked, but all of you, I guess, now have a list of drivers and responses. So what we are going to do, we will ask each country to select one single most important driver in each group. And then we will do on that whiteboard, we will list all of them. We have 13 countries participating now, if I'm not wrong. We will list and see which of them are similar, and then select one which is the most universal for the group. And later, so we'll do like 5 pages for 4 pages for each of the group, each group of the drivers, and fifth page for the responses. So we need to decide this, make picture, and then present it at the global meeting in Thailand. And the last thing, we need to discuss what we are going to do over the next year. So work of agenda is not only about meeting once a year or 2 times a year, regional meeting and global, but also to have some projects to respond to our needs, to decide how we can collaborate, what we should do. And I will ask you at that stage to propose what we should do. And also I would like to ask you how we are going to fund these activities, because we may have funding for next year. It is not clear yet because the planning process is not done. It will be more clear in January. But again, funding, if available, probably will be limited. So I would like you to think if you know any sources how to complement this funding, what you can add. For example, maybe one of the countries wants to organize training, a specific training, I don't know, manure management, for example. And maybe there are potential donors, including maybe private sector, who want to fund this event. Or maybe another country wants to do a study about recent trends in poultry sector. And maybe actually poultry sector can fund it because poultry sector has money. It is quite viable business activity. So I don't know. It is up to you. I'm just telling this because before the lunch, because over the lunch you will have time to think about it. You will have time to consult with each other, and I hope to hear from you some good ideas where to spend money and where to get money. Thank you. Merci. À très soon. And please come back at 2 o'clock. Пожалуйста, возвращаемся в 2 часа. Не опаздываем. Please come back at 2 o'clock. Okay, colleagues, let's restart our work. Let's continue. Пожалуйста, возвращаемся на места, продолжаем. И сейчас у нас будет, как я говорил, две очень короткие презентации. Одна про органическое животноводство. Татьяна, пожалуйста. И вторая презентация будет проектная идея из Кыргызстана онлайн. Очень коротко.
Thank you. So, dear colleagues, I will present quickly, I will be quickly, I promise, the organic sector in Republic of Moldova. Actually, now I am part of Moldova Organic Value Chain Alliance with NGO from Moldova, but provide are the voice of our farmers in organic agriculture in the Republic of Moldova. Regarding the geopolitical and socio-economical drivers, neighboring country, of course, had a very big impact. I mean, the war in Ukraine, and the next neighbor country is Romania, it's EU country, and we cannot export yet animal products to EU country. That's why we are between Ukraine and Romania and cannot go abroad. Of course, causing the war in Ukraine, we don't have access to the sea. Labor market is one of the socio-economical drivers. This is cause of emigration. I can mention that a few years ago, I mean 8 years, 10 years ago, the total population of our country was 3.6 million population, but now we are 2.6 million. The land is the same problem as we hear yesterday and today. It's a reform in the land organization. Here I can say from the total surface of the Republic of Moldova, 59% is used as agricultural land, and 28,000 hectares are used in organic agriculture. This means 1.62% from total agricultural land is used in organic agriculture. Of course, impact on livestock degrading and financial access are also drivers that cause the effect on developing organic farming. One health driver, human health and animal health are interdependent, of course, and both depend on environment. So here as the drivers was identified climate change, deforestation, water pollution, biodiversity loss, disease vectors, and food security and food safety issue. Environmental had a big environmental drivers and climate change had a big impact to our country. The data from last years show us that the temperature is increasing year by year plus 2.6 degrees, and precipitation is decreasing. So it's high temperature, no water, no resources for agriculture, water, and irrigation infrastructure is almost inexisting among small-scale farmers. Technological innovation drivers, here I can say that, that organic agriculture is one of alternative innovation of social, economical, and environmental challenges of conventional agriculture. Organic agriculture chain is one of vital importance to long-term sustainability, not only for Moldova farmers, but it's a good example for all agriculture. Organic farming and circular farming is the key to truly sustainable farming system. Proposed response to geopolitical and socio-economical drivers, of course, here it's very important to have state support, and in our country we have subsidy for investment in livestock sector. This subsidy are going for investment in construction and reconstruction farms, buying equipment and buying breeding animals. Also is stimulating the development in processing sector, processing of products of animal origin. The total amount of subsidy is up to 50% from the investment. After investment, farmers can get back 50% from their invest. And of course, here is very important the subsidies and support for promotion organic agriculture as a compensatory payment for the loss of income. Proposed response for One Health driver is of course health, animal health and human health are very important, and the objective is to reduce in the long term to prevent epidemics and pandemic. In our country, in this regard, is doing compliance with international standards on human health, animal health, plant health, and food. We are harmonizing national legislation with EU requirements, and last year was adopted the new law in organic system in our country. And this is good because it's opportunity for our farmers to develop and to get certification in organic system. Proposed response to environmental drivers, key practices that farmers are implementing in Moldova. This is, organic agriculture. This is a response to the climate and environment, climate change and environmental threats. Circular agriculture is very important for organic agriculture. Using the manure in organic agriculture, this can give to the farmer to reduce the impact of climate change and drought. I can say that in our country, not only the temperature but the precipitation are decreasing, and year by year now it's frequently almost two years we have a dry period in our country, and this is a huge impact to farmers. Conventional agriculture technique to conserve agriculture, investment in improved pasture, micro irrigation and anti-frost system. Regarding a response to proposed technological innovation drivers, I would like to mention about our association. We are developing two electronic platforms. One is a BioFood platform. Here it's electronic marketplace for our members, for our association members, where they can sell their products. As you can imagine, in organic system, it's not a big production. Farmers are small in scale, and it's difficult for them to find a marketplace to sell their products. And this idea was developed mostly in COVID period time, and it's a good opportunity to find to have the link between our local producers and our local consumers. Another electronic platform is e-learning platform. It's a platform where farmers can get information about organic system, organic agriculture, organic livestock. And it's not only a lecture that are registered as a video information, but also they can ask a question to our experts and get back the response to their problems. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Colleagues, please questions. Okay, I understand after Ukrainian presentation you do not have question because you were hungry, but now you're not hungry. Let's ask some questions, no? Okay. Okay, that's fine. That means also the presentation was informative enough and all questions were answered in advance. Okay, and now we have the last presentation. It would be again a very brief 15 minutes maximum presentation from Kyrgyzstan. In Kyrgyz government, they have an idea about regulating a livestock project which would be environment friendly. So I'd like to ask our technical support colleagues to connect us to Zoom and presentation from Kyrgyzstan. I guess something went wrong and the presenter is not online. Okay. Maybe a technical problem or something, but he is not connected, he is not online. Then we will move to the next item. And if he reconnects, we can give him chance to talk. Okay. And the next, as I announced before the lunch break, we need to choose additional members of our guiding group. So we have new countries, and I would like to hear from you all, but especially from new countries, whom you would like to suggest to be a member of the guiding group. I guess you can add 2 to 3 members.
I think that Mongolia is the biggest sheep breeding country in the world, and there is mostly the natural condition keeping. Therefore, I would suggest to add Mongolia to this group. The country I cannot suggest, and between them they can choose.
Mongolia would like to comment on this?
Сейчас не могу решить эти вопросы. Нам надо обсудить это у себя и потом Кстати, на Твиттере. Можно это? Какой вариант? Сейчас не могу решить.
Я хотел бы уточнить, что это не должно быть как бы очень официально, не нужно какое-то письмо там или еще что-то. Нам просто нужен человек, который будет время от времени с нами общаться и решать, какие действия в будущем мы будем делать. То есть это не очень официально, это просто... Окей, окей, окей, окей, хорошо, спасибо. So, Mongolian colleagues would prefer to tell us later whom they would nominate, and then any other ideas from Balkan countries, maybe?
Мое предложение Туркменистан можно добавить, как думают туркменские коллеги.
Мы можем добавить Туркменистан. Единственное условие, наверное, забыл сказать, что обязательно должен человек свободно владеть английским языком. Но да, да. От Туркменистана мы добавим. Как вы считаете? Кого предложите? Кого? Пожалуйста.
Это обязательно должна быть государственная организация или неправительственная тоже может быть, да? Тогда можно уточнить, Кэмп Алатау может тоже стать Кэмп, вот, как неправительственная Кыргызстан? Или там уже есть какая-то организация? Тогда всю информацию мы через него, да, будем получать, да? Хорошо. Один человек это как contact person, да, получается?
Отлично. Сейчас, пожалуйста.
Я быстренько. Одно предложение есть. Представителей Сербии предлагаю Бориса быть в избранном в команде нашей, в команде нашей.
Thank you very much, and I hope that yeah, we can do that, and we do have something to share because Serbia is the country of the crossroads concerning agriculture production, and we have several types of farms. We are right now under investigation or research, trying to figure out which model would be the most appropriate one for Serbian farmers and how to provide a sustainable future for them. So anything you can contribute, we will. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other, I see something. Any other ideas regarding standing, regarding group? Okay, then if no other ideas, I guess to make it simpler, if we don't have any objections, we will add 3 members from Serbia, Turkmenistan, and Mongolia. From Mongolia, the name will be informed to us later. But I would like to remind again that the person should be English speaking, because we need very close cooperation with the global agenda of the central level. So it's very important to be fluent in English language. Okay. Any objections to this, or maybe a suggestion? Everyone agrees. Now, I see that Mr. Karabayev, Ebek Karabayev from Kyrgyzstan is online, and I hope that he is ready to present briefly about his project idea. It is Kyrgyz project idea, but I would encourage you to think if something he is thinking about would be applicable to your country. and maybe provide him some feedback, what you believe would be good to incorporate in his project. Господин Карабаев, вы нас слышите? Господин Карабаев, Айбек Карабаев, вы на линии? Кое-что нет. Он не может слышать. Господин Карабаев, я думаю, что у вас какая-то проблема с вашим компьютером или телефоном, когда подключаетесь, потому что даже микрофон не отображается под вашим именем. Иногда бывает, что или в компьютере микрофона нету, или какая-то проблема. Может подключиться вам лучше с другого девайса, то есть или с телефона, или с другого компьютера, потому что мы вас не слышим, и насколько и не видим, и насколько я понимаю, что у вас микрофон не работает. Хорошо. Я думаю, что мы еще немножко отложим вашу презентацию. Постарайтесь найти компьютер, с которого вы можете соединиться со звуком. Пока мы перейдем к нашим другим. Okay. Сейчас мы должны перейти к заключительному этапу вот нашего определения причин изменений и результатов. Okay, I will switch to English back. Now we are coming to the final stage of defining most important drivers of change and responses. And for this, I will ask assistance of my colleague Yunus. And we are going to do the following thing. This whiteboard, let's move it forward. Yeah. This whiteboard, we will identify 4 times drivers, because we have 4 groups of the drivers. So each of you presented the drivers during your presentation. So you know what drivers are important in your country. And now I'm asking you to choose the most important driver in each group. One most important driver in each group, driver of change. So first group we are going to work on is geopolitical and social economic drivers. So I would like to ask each country, tell us which driver you consider the most important under this group, and then Yunus will write it on the whiteboard. So we will start with Azerbaijan. Please tell us which driver in the geopolitical and socio-economical group is the most important. It should be very short, one sentence, one or 2 words, 2, 3 words. You can do it from your seat, up to you. Yunus will write it from. Geopolitical and socio-economic group.
Political and social group. It is the facilitation of the trade in countries.
International trade.
International trade. International trade.
Just short.
Yes, international trade.
International trade. Okay, good. Thank you.
It's enough?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
One, 2 words. Then Bosnia and Herzegovina, it is not here yet. Okay. No, let's skip. Georgia.
Мне думается, одним из важных факторов развития животноводства в конкретно южных регионах это разведение местных, улучшение и охрана местных водных пород. А геополитические и социальные факторы. Тогда я следующий.
И социальные. Социальные, то есть, допустим, изменения структуры населения, миграция, да.
Значительнее будет протекционизм государства в отношении мелких и средних фермеров, которые разводят.
Okay, thank you. Protection of smallholders. Protection of small. Thank you. Protection of smallholders. Казахстан не с нами сейчас. Кыргызстан. Два слова буквально коротко. Окей. Export standards. Export. National trade. Sorry, it was Kyrgyzstan. Okay. Now Moldova, please.
We discussed with Ludmila, and she suggests that all of them are important for us, and we need one. I think, and after our discussion, we decide to go to market access, and market diversification market. That means we need to harmonize our national legislation and to get ready to be competitive for exporting our products. International trade revised. Yes, of course. Yeah. International trade. It's good.
Thank you. National trade. Now Mongolia, please. Just
yeah. Okay. International market access. Yeah, because Mongolia is the land recognition and as well as the requirements from the importing partner countries. And so.
Next, Serbia.
Thanks. For us, the most important one is demographic issue.
Demographic issue. Population change. Now, Tajikistan, please. Only two sorry, very short.
Мы это выберем изменение климата, потому что у нас в республике очень ценообразование этот.
Internal prices. Prices in the country. Okay. Now, next, Turkey.
Okay, we'd like to.
Geopolitical or
economic. We think rapid urbanization.
Urbanization.
Turkmenistan. Два страны, что связано с геополитикой, это геополитика, и два слова, так? Два слова. Проведение и инвентаризация пастбищ. Inventorization of pastures. Pastures. What's that pasture management? Okay, I see.
Okay.
For production is okay.
Okay. Additional. Yes.
Relocation, area location. Production. Relocation. No, relocation. Like moving from one place to another. Now is this done? Did you miss any country? Here today, but I mean, did you miss? We need one or two words about the most important driver of change under the group of geopolitical and socio-economic. Only one, couple words.
Yeah. Okay, just to see. Just to koji ti od ovih ovdje? Znači, šta ti je najbitnije? Znači, da li ti je ovo što smo rekli import ili export ili consumption rather investment, šta ti je? Znači, da se fokusiramo na šta? Just to consult. Znači, geopolitički i socioekonomski ovaj prethodni. Šta ti je to najvažnije? Ja.
Let's start with the program.
Ne to, ne možeš to reći. Ti kao zemlja šta da li na jačanju potrošnje investicije u uvoz, možda jačanje izvoza. To izvoza malih niša.
The same. International market access is same. Demographic we can price demographic organization, which is demographic that's the same. Social management is unique, relocation of production is unique. And population growth in demographic
Okay, Yuri, yeah, for Bosnia, Yeah, about the first drivers, for us, the most important thing would be trying to strengthen small local farmers to for new products, for example, what we said at the beginning. Yeah, so effort.
Okay, okay. Here we have one big group of drivers already here about international trade.
Okay.
And another smaller group about smallholders. To which you want to contribute?
Holders, yeah, small. Okay, yeah.
So, Bosnia and Herzegovina, they would emphasize smallholders. Smallholders, just smallholders. Yeah. Okay. It's different. No, it's here also. Georgia the same. Georgia and Bosnia and Herzegovina have the same. So, okay. Now we see where we have similar drivers in several countries, and we use different pictures to show the similar groups. So it looks like most interesting, most important for the countries is international trade. So international trade is most important for Azerbaijan, for Kyrgyzstan, for Moldova, Mongolia. That's all. So we have of them. Four, the highest. And then we have three, focusing on population change and economics. We have focusing on smallholders and two on pasture management. Okay, and one for locational production. So let's assume that most important for many countries is access to international markets, international trade. Okay, I will make picture of this, and we need to write somewhere that international trade is the most important, and then we will move to the next group of drivers. Thank you. The next one would be which? One Health? Let me check. One Health, right? Yes, One Health. So now we are doing the same with One Health, and we will start from Azerbaijan. Again, colleagues, we don't need much explanation here to make process faster. We just need to know 2 or 3 words maximum, because in any way we later need to group them, these drivers. So we need to make it very simple and concise. So in terms of One Health.
One has
Animal diseases.
Okay. Okay. Now, Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Okay, yeah, for us is also emerging diseases because it's also the most important factor. We had this problem with African swine fever in our country, Just for example, we had a total number of cases that we had in Bosnia is 401,000, and until now it's about 60,000 pigs are euthanized in field. So you see how this is a big loss for our country. So I think emerging diseases, yeah.
Actually, I'm worrying now that everyone would say diseases. Maybe should be more specific. Which disease? Yeah. What?
African swine fever.
Okay, let's put for
African swine fever. Yeah.
And I'm sorry. Let's come back to Azerbaijan. We would like to be more specific. Which disease is most important in your? Let's put those boundary.
Georgia. Здоровье. Что здоровье является наиболее важным для изменения животноводства. Нам думается, пока нет.
Okay. Antiviral treatment of pastures. Antiviral treatment of pastures. Sorry, but it was Moldova, please. Одно здоровье, one health. What would be the most important?
This is very important, and Ludmila suggests antimicrobial resistance.
Antimicrobial resistance. Okay. And first was what vector?
Disease vector.
But which disease specific or no? In general.
In general.
Okay.
We also face in our country problem with swine fever. It's a big problem, and it is caused because of transboundary animals. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now Mongolia. This is not specific. Mongolia, please.
This is specifically FMD.
FMD. Yeah, okay. Moldova also mentioned African swine fever, right? Moldova mentioned also African swine fever, right? As an example. Okay. Serbia.
For see on the local level.
Monitoring at local level. And Tajikistan. Yes, okay. This is it.
The prevention of diseases on the pastures. Mhm. Prevention of diseases. Pastures. Now, Turkey, please. Вот так. Потому что у них это более важно. У них пропаганда животного распространения. Turkey, please.
Yes. AMR, yes. Okay, thank you. Now, Turkmenistan. Turkmenistan, пожалуйста.
Ветеринарии, здравоохранение, это координация действия.
Coordination of animal health.
И решение.
Coordination. Okay. Украина.
Animal welfare.
Okay, so same like in Moldova, basically. Similar to Moldova.
Animal welfare.
Welfare, and animal welfare also. It's already three priorities, not one. Animal welfare. Okay, and Uzbekistan. Lab equipment. Equipment. Yes, later on. Might be.
We will mention in the response.
So we remove here, right? Okay. Yeah, actually right, because animal welfare cannot be the reason, or maybe bad animal welfare practices can be. Okay. Now let's try to see what is most common. Transboundary one, after the criteria failed, also transboundary. Lack of vaccination is different. Here. FMD. Monitoring of the program is different. Prevention of diseases of the pasture is different. And this also is the same. Antiviral treatment of pasture. And antimicrobial resistance is different. Coordination is different. But still it will be the most transboundary here again. So it's clear that transboundary diseases looks like transboundary diseases are the biggest concern. We see at least 5 countries using this. So now I will make the picture, and we're gonna move to the next one. Okay, next one. Next one is environmental, right? environmental drivers is? Третья группа — экологические причины изменения животноводства. Тоже попросим каждую страну назвать одну главную. Environmental, yes, please. Azerbaijan is the most important environmental driver, ecological driver.
Yes. Eating.
Bosnia now, please.
This is a system in their country.
What do you mean by what? So you manure, for example?
And also everything that comes from animals. Yeah.
Okay.
But
But it would be
That's a wrong term. It is not byproduct. It would be waste, maybe.
For example, we have so many animals, and we have a problem of disposing with the animals in our country. So this is a systematic problem that we have eaten.
So,
But again, which exactly byproducts you mean? Like, can you make some examples? Which byproducts?
Кое точно, вы это нуспродукты, например, отлагание. Что точно? Everything utilize the animals and from slaughterhouses. That's from slaughterhouses.
Okay.
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Livestock production waste. Livestock production waste. Georgia, please. Какая экологическая причина, самая главная изменение?
Самым главным, по-моему, является создание таких животных, в смысле пород или популяций, которые переносят высокие температуры, на влажность, индекс. То есть целенаправленная селекция на улучшение генетических возможностей приспособленности.
Okay, спасибо. Adaptation to hot weather, to hot climate. Now Kyrgyzstan, please. Pasture. Moldova, please.
Culture practices. Culture practices used, I mean, for environment. We agree with for livestock production.
The drivers for livestock, for change in livestock production. Что является причиной в изменении животноводства среди экологических факторов.
Здоровье.
Здоровье это было перед этим, это была другая группа. Вот пастбища в Кыргызстане говорят.
Пастбище у нас проблема.
Ну, можете добавить пастбище.
Yeah, for sheep and goat sector, it's pasture. It's a big problem.
Pastures. Okay, let's put pastures. Pastures. That's okay.
Okay.
So, sorry, again, yeah, we need to clarify, I think, really pasture availability or pasture degradation or pasture pollution? What exactly is pastures? So availability is access, yeah. Availability. Okay, thank you. Yeah, but most large production in your country is small farmers, like in many other. Yeah, thank you. So that would be good. Mongolia, please.
Due to the overgrazing, the land degradation.
Partial degradation, yeah. So, same. Now, Serbia, please.
Are the priorities in this driver?
Okay. Education, political awareness, fine. No, knowledge transfer. Education, political awareness. Words. Now, Tajikistan. Degradation. Okay. Turkey, please.
Yes, change. Please.
Because it's
Taylor? Last production waste. So I guess here it is quite clear. Sure. Degradation, partial management is the most important. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, of course, yeah. So 6. Climate change. Climate change is similar to adoption to hot climate. It can be same. After production waste, same. Yeah. Okay. So pasture degradation. Well, actually, it should be partial degradation because management is response. One moment. Okay, thank you. Now we are moving to the last group, which is innovations and technologies. Happening already in the country? IT technologies and automation. Question, Governor, please.
So, okay. Yeah. Okay, microphone, yeah. Well, as for technology, we hear a problem, I don't know how to say, innovations.
Okay, so shall we maybe summarize the resistance to technology?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Other technologies which would change the sector. For example, technology may develop in the food processing industry when imitation of milk is made out of oats or nuts or something else. And that would decrease demand on some markets of natural milk, which means it impacts the dairy sector of livestock production. So it should not be changes in one subset of the production. Let's take, for example, production. In many countries, actually, it happened that over the last, let's say, 20 years, poultry production became so efficient and successful in producing cheap meat that the consumers actually try to buy more chicken meat and less beef because beef is expensive. So there are many ways how technology can impact. Let's see it in a different sense. Maybe also somehow it is related to trade promotion. For example, many countries, all our countries actually have lots of smallholders with some unique niche products, and with development of IT of internet trade, some small producers are trying to sell at a premium price their products far away from their place of origin, because before they could not do it. For example, I know in Ukraine, for example, and of course much more in Western Europe, there are so-called craft cheeses. someone has 100 goats, small cheese producing equipment, and a website, and they receive orders from people 1,000 kilometers away and so on. So it's a change in trade, a change in competing industries, a change in production. I don't know, there are so many, and all these changes in technologies, they impact development of the sector. That's why I'm encouraging all of you to think very broadly. Something like even a smartphone kept by Choban in somewhere in the mountains is something very important, because he can quickly check maybe the things when are in development. So please think very broadly when you are thinking about technology. It is not only about animals themselves. Thank you. Okay, Georgia.
Немножко одну твою и альтернативной энергии, например, солнечные батареи в горных условиях, самые хорошие солнечные батареи, чтобы создать, например, электрический поток. Эта проблема сразу решается. Это серьезный вопрос. Ее тянутся и будет развиваться, если она не имеет упорно технического прогресса и цифровой откуда такой шведская компания делает. Вы знаете, он очень крупный компания, он очень интересуется, он приготовляет них машины, аппараты, технологические линии, цифровые, и еще роботизация. Французы очень работают в этом быстро. Роботизация развивает быстро. Что будут принимать их совершенно, чтобы рекламировать свою самофинансирование. Значит, такое совершение. Так что...
Абсолютно правильно говорите, но если в двух... Low level of adoption of modern technologies. Low levels. Okay. Да, вы совершенно правильно говорите, и нам на самом деле нужно привлекать вот такие компании, как Делаваль, и они смогут нам и помочь, возможно, даже с финансированием, и low level of adoption of the technologies. Basically the same like in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Okay, now Kyrgyzstan, please.
У нас в Кыргызстане уже с прошлого года проводится цифровизация и чипизация.
И как это влияет на животноводство?
Цифровизация.
Да, это уже влияет как-то?
Yeah.
Lack of digital data on pastures. Lack of digital data on pastures.
On pastures for evidence-based decisions.
Yeah, but it's obvious. So let's make it short. Yeah, thank you. Moldova now.
So we had a debate again. We cannot decide which one. It's very important, and it's lack of access to nutrition for, I mean, animal feed control. Laboratory doesn't exist and technology is not performing for livestock sector. And also precious livestock farming. So
You are naming two issues.
yes, two issues, but I think nutrition issue can be part of precious livestock farming. So we will go for precious livestock farming.
Thank you. Mongolia, yes.
For Mongolia, digitalization in the livestock sector, especially the adaptation of IT in the sector.
To pastures or in general to livestock sector?
Yeah, mostly in livestock, all the pasture as well as in intensive farming as well. Digitalization. Yes. Yeah.
Thanks. So obviously in the biotechnology innovations, and in particular, I would like to emphasize livestock genetics. So that's what we have to say.
Переработки и хранения продуктов животноводства.
Precision livestock farming.
Инновационные технологии осеменения.
Maybe.
Улучшение пастбищ.
the rephrasing here and combining several suggestions into one by saying digitalization and precious livestock production. So when we're talking about IT, it's basically digitalization as well. When we are talking, well, here it's very general about adoption of technology. Okay, it is also the same. It is the same. And then record digital data on the pasture. It is digital again. So this and this will be the same. Precise livestock production. We can combine, I guess, digitalization and precise production. Adaptation of IT digitalization, same. Then lack of biotechnology for animal genetics is slightly different. Okay. Processing storage different. Precise livestock again. Tissue dissemination different. Technology for smallholders. Okay, it is similar to here. Implementation of pasture management technologies. Okay, it is quite hard to decide here because there's so many different formulations. But would we agree if you would say that digitalization and precise livestock production would be universal? No objection to this? Because looks like many of us meant this. Now, you see, sometimes we are talking in very general terms like technology for small holders. Yeah, but I mean, this is very broad. It does not say what technologies. And in some other cases, we are talking specifically about precise livestock production. Okay, so let's agree by consensus, if no objection, that digital data and precise livestock production would be priorities. One moment. So we finished all 4 groups of drivers. Now we know which driver is most universally important in our region. And now we will brainstorm, yes, please. We will brainstorm about response to each of these drivers. So we will go back to geopolitical and socio-economic drivers. And remember, we agreed that it would be access to international markets or international trade. Да, сейчас пути решения. То есть response to you just okay, that's fine. But let's also write access to international markets. No. Another topic. Everyone now should say what to do to improve access to international markets. Now which is access to international markets and trade. So many of you said that this is important. What is solution? What should be done to improve the situation? Azerbaijan, please.
easy to do it. Animals and animal products.
Okay, so can we see years?
Yes, barriers. Issues related with trade barriers.
And that would be mostly to veterinary science related, economic, like veterinary and logistics barriers. Bosnia, please.
Yeah, international markets are, yeah, as we said, the most important, so, agreements. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Bilateral trade agreement, bilateral agreements. Bilateral agreements. Georgia, please.
Я согласен с аргентинской коллегой, только хочу добавить особенности органических продуктов. Значит, упростить барьеры в сфере реализации, значит, импорта и экспорта органических животноводческих продуктов.
Same as in Azerbaijan, but specifically for organic products. That and logistic barriers, especially for organics. Okay. Good. Kyrgyzstan, please.
If we agree with Azerbaijan and Georgia, but also a specific thing, so what is the problem with this during this exportation of meat? Yeah, so we here capacity building of private veterinaries on antibiotics and yes.
Okay, so same veterinary and logistics city barriers with focus on antibiotics. Okay.
Could be either for Turkey or for general, I mean that, yeah, so.
To have comments on a country.
Okay, so
To Turkey, right?
good for Turkey, okay then. So quality, yeah, in general, quality assurance, so international quality assurance systems.
Okay, so then if you are jumping to Turkey, I don't see. Khalid is not here? Okay, so no problem. Then Moldova, please.
Yeah, international market is very important for us, but it's so let's say driver for our country. It's a cooperation for small producers to achieve in plan of quantity of product for export. Cooperation, I mean cooperation of small producers, and to increase quality of product.
Cooperation and quality assurance for smallholders.
Yeah.
Cooperation and quality for smallholders. They don't form a big party of products and also don't have proof of quality. Okay, good. Mongolia, please.
I think our countries are all the WTO members because we are talking about the international market or international market access. And probably it's very essential to improve the enforcement of the SPS measures, the sanitary and the phytosanitary measures. It's including the food safety standards as well as the animal health measures. So the enforcement of the SPS measures. Yeah, sanitary and the phytosanitary enforcement of SPS measures. It's all including the food safety quality standards as well as the animal health, protection measures.
Yeah, sounds clear, logical. But then I have question to Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Kyrgyzstan. Maybe addressing this issue, which is mentioned by Mongolia, would resolve the problem with overcoming the veterinary barriers. Не только, просто соответствие стандартам, санитарным стандартам для того, чтобы иметь доступ к мировому рынку. И когда у нас другие страны говорят, что есть барьеры санитарно-ветеринарные для экспорта, то как раз приложение усилий для того, чтобы соответствовать этим санитарно-ветеринарным требованиям, эти барьеры убирает. Так я думаю, я не знаю, как вы скажете. Ну, для Польши тоже нужно соответствие санитарно-ветеринарным. Okay, please.
Serbia thinks that in order to open international markets, we need to do some local homework, and we would start with the capacity assessment and compliances with the international food standards and country standards. And if we understood the whole story here for the last 2 days, few countries mentioned that they have a very valued but regional or local products, and we think that protection, actually the product with the protected design of origin, is also something we should be included in accessing international standards, because most of us, we don't have volume actually to flood international standards. We need to be very specific and target certain niche markets and promote our products.
Okay, so I guess we can make it shorter, make it very short. So first, trade standards and
then we need to combine with target international standards.
Yeah.
And the third promotion of local.
Yeah. So I just trying to use 3-4 words for the same. So first, trade standards. Second, promotion of unique products. I know it's a generalization, but okay, so internal and national and international standards, national and international. Okay. No, it's simple. Right, international. Take these 2 letters in parentheses. No, yeah. Okay. No. Just put it. Sorry. Like it's optional. Okay. Oh, sorry. My bad. I wanted to do this. So optional, national standards. And and promotion of unique products. It is really important because you can get much more added value if you try to sell something with geographic indication. Correct. Tajikistan, please.
Дорогие коллеги, я немножко затрудняюсь, что сказать. Подход должно быть немножко другое, Юра. Для каждой страны есть концепция или стратегия продовольственной обеспеченности свою страну. Не достигая. Продукты.
Market first. Internal market first. Просто здесь еще разные страны с разным потенциалом экспорта. Вот в вашем случае, наверное, да, потому что в стране населения довольно много, и производство многих продуктов, наверное, не покрывает своего, да. А вот если говорить там, наверное, в Монголии, наверное, мяса довольно много производится на экспорт, или там в Украине там зерна, и там птицы у нас, например, с Украины очень много на экспорт. То есть внутренний рынок уже не требуется только птицы, как в Украине вырабатывается, например. То есть в каждой стране своя ситуация. Но я согласен, что да, наверное, вот в Таджикистане прежде всего нужно ориентироваться на внутренний рынок. Так, Туркменистан, пожалуйста.
Ну, мы согласны были с Монголией, очень правильное предложение. Но у нас и есть сомнения относительно того, что чтобы улучшить международную торговлю, необходимо создать международную экономическую торговую платформу для торговли животноводской продукцией. Это можно как бы сетевой сделать, или же такой онлайн, офлайн.
Окей.
Международную платформу торговли.
Спасибо. International trade.
Где договоры составлять, где можно подписывать и решать другие проблемы животноводства. Свои проблемы.
Наверное, платформа это WTO. Хорошо. Ну, вот это я что-то переспросил. Я не помню, Туркменистан, может, не входит туда, не входит в этого. А Туркменистан входит в этого? Входит? А. Окей, Украина.
Мы пишем contract with sustainability standards and quality assurance.
We had this same like Mongolia, right? International standard.
No, I might need to explain the wording. Compliance with sustainability standards, implying that only the quality standards is not enough, because the exported product can have a very good quality, but like, pardon my French, the shit stays in the country. So the safety of the product exported doesn't or isn't equal to the safety of the production itself. So therefore, I suggested to use the word sustainability standards, but yeah, that's a question to the wording. So not to get into the trap of the product quality standards.
I understand your point, but in practice, does it prevent export of any product?
No, I don't think so. Or it might, I mean, as a Ukrainian, I like look through the optics of the EU market, and the EU has the Green Deal, which also imposes some requirements to the exporting countries. So it might be a challenge.
It might be potentially, it's not only challenge, but potentially there could be an advantage for those producers to comply with such sustainability standards. Okay, let's put compliance with sustainability standards.
Органический продукт подразумевает и качество, и безопасность, и такому продукту должен быть открытый рынок. Поэтому я говорю, что все эти разговоры о качестве, о безопасности продуктов прямо связываются с первым высказыванием господина из Азербайджана, и мной еще тут поддержали.
Да, я с вами согласен, и это очень важно, но на этом этапе сейчас процент торговли органической продукции довольно низкий, и его увеличить не всегда получается. Поэтому я согласен, что это должно быть приоритетом, да, но... Okay. Okay, we can say including, but it would be like already obvious. Maybe we can say like this, like here, especially for organic. We can add this, that would be enough. Especially for organic, if you want, that's fine. Okay, now we will try to understand what we got. So basically, yeah, the same small folders. Okay, actually, we can add, especially for organic products and smallholder products. That would be also a little bit. Oh, a bit like this. Yeah, but at the end we'll add it. No problem. So this will be the same, and this will be the same. So all about standards. Standards the same. This is special. Quality assurance is same. International trade platforms is special. Compliance stability kind of similar to this. It's more just a deep, because when you talk about stability standards, it is more than just sanitary veterinary standards. But okay, let's put it internet as no standard here, the same as this. Cross, make cross here. Yeah, cross here. Okay. This is a special so, compliance with trade standards, especially for organic and smallholder produced foods. Maybe let's formulate right, because I can forget what I said. Compliance is national standard. And more folders. Хорошо. Да, спасибо. Это сделаем. Вот здесь вот вот так. Камера будет на это. Мы сейчас мы можем показать на камеру. Вот так будет на камеру видно, да? Okay. Picture. After that, we move to the second group. Yeah. Finished. Now we are moving to second group, which is of drivers, which is One Health, and we decided responses. For One Health, we decided that it's important diseases, especially many countries mentioned African swine fever, but let's just diseases in general. And we will make a list of priority responses to transboundary diseases. And John, please. Okay. That's okay. Good enough collaboration between countries, 3 words. Only 4 words, that's okay. Bosnia, please. Bosnia. Bosnia.
Service.
Okay. Georgia, please.
По нашему мнению, это разработка мероприятий по системе оповещения разграничных стран между границами о возможном или фактическом появлении какой-то опасности.
Early warning system. Thank you. Спасибо. Кыргызстан. Кыргызстан, пожалуйста.
Our case is the same as in Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Capacity of pasture units. Of pasture units. Moldova, please.
As a response for transport diseases, we think it's important to implement national program of vaccination in the country.
Thank you. Vaccination program.
And control of biosecurity to the farms.
And biosecurity. And biosecurity. Okay, thank you. Mongolia, please. Mongolia. Thank you.
So the compartment zone. Compartment zone. Criticized zone.
Какую зону?
Zone.
Ага.
Technical explain that when you declare part of even in a farm with high biosecurity, that it is cleared of certain disease, and they are, for example, allowed to export to other countries, while the rest of the country is not free of disease or not allowed to export. So they have a compartmentalization, and you also zoning where part of the country is considered free of the disease, like in Mongolia, the western part was in the past considered as free of foot and mouth disease, or Kazakhstan, etc. But this compartmentalization, which by the way we tried to do in Ukraine before the war, in the unity and diseases, they have to do export while the rest of the country is not.
Okay, thank you. Compartmentalization. Okay, Serbia, please.
We do agree with zoning, because zoning is functioning very well, but for us it's a cross-country monitoring system, because we have a lot of neighbors and it makes sense.
Monitoring system. Okay, thank you. Tajikistan, please. Tajikistan.
Соседних государств возникших или возникших заболеваний, различных заболеваний инфекционных, имею в виду.
Control and warning system. Control and warning. Okay. Turkey, please.
Yes. The and capability of disease surveillance and monitoring.
Monitoring. Afghanistan, please.
No. Yeah.
Yeah. Control one. Media. Early warning system out. Okay.
Yeah, we the monitoring system also, like Serbia.
Uzbekistan, please.
В выходных сезонах, а также информированность об эпизодической ситуации в соседних государствах.
Первое, что было, пожалуйста.
Своевременно
Prevention.
Other countries, warning. Я перевожу как warning system, система предупреждения. Warning system. You can put it international. Okay.
Я не знаю, в системе есть или нет такой лозунг, или как сказать, в общем, что ответственность каждой страны стоит на первом уровне при трансграничном болезни. Да? Вот надо разработать меры предосторожности и меры санкцирования тех стран, которые не будут соблюдать вот эти вопросы своевременного оповещения.
Окей, спасибо за вопрос. Я прошу, чем его коллеги, Aaron, can I ask for your help? There was a question, if the system for making countries responsible for not warning other countries about present diseases in the country.
Well, unfortunately, well, you see, this is another $1 million dollar question, and we are living it. It's very unfortunate, but all countries that we are together are member of the World Animal Health Organization, or WOHA or OIE, depending how you want to pronounce it. And the membership is through the obligation to notify what's called immediate notification on disease outbreak. Unfortunately, there is no tools for the organization to punish or to do anything to countries that do not do that. And unfortunately, it's common. It's common in the world. It's common in this region that countries, for economical reasons, do not do that. And I think it's extremely unfair if countries don't do that. And even you were not notifying to to the organization, but at least to your neighbors that you were in the same country.
Unfortunately, it's even it did
But no, it did not happen. So the short answer is that we don't have any tools to punish countries on this. I wish we have.
Will be the same group. Thank you very much. I'm thinking how to group the responses now, and looks to me like monitoring and warning systems are quite often mentioned by the countries. So we have them with a triangle. Okay. Would you agree, colleagues, that monitoring of diseases and warning system informing other countries about the threat would be good response to this? Okay, okay. So let me also write it down here. Okay, so improving monitoring and warning systems. That would be almost universal response to the driver of transboundary diseases. Okay, thank you. Now we are moving to the third one, and that would be environmental drivers. So we decided that the most important environmental in our region, almost universal, is the degradation of pastures. Yes.
Yeah, I just was sitting and thinking about it, that, I mean, for the biggest portion of the countries represented, it is, but like, for instance, for Ukraine, it is not the most crucial issues, just because we have like a very different nature, let's say. So the pasture way of livestock is not that relevant for us. Maybe some other countries as well.
Yeah, I understand that for some countries like Ukraine or Uzbekistan, maybe where cropping is it takes a lot of land. It may be not such an issue, but we have to come with one driver universal for all our region. But otherwise, if okay, but which country? Okay, first, which driver would be the second, and which other countries, in addition to Ukraine, would prefer it? I guess it was only two countries, Bosnia and Herzegovina and Ukraine. Okay, we can mention that as well, but okay, we can mention that. But still, let's first focus on questions, and then we can. I don't know if you should exercise for that, because if it is only for two countries, no, let's focus on those countries which have most common problem. But I would not say that in countries like Ukraine or Uzbekistan or I don't know some other Moldova, it is not a big problem, because still a lot of milk, for example, is produced by smallholders, which have quite extensive form of production. And well, I used to work in Ukraine with small communities, and very often the reason for keeping the number of cows low in the village is because of a lack of pastures. So I would not talk, of course, it is a very different challenge than in Kyrgyzstan, for example, but still an issue. Okay, let's make things simple and focus on pastures for now. But in Thailand, you will have opportunity to raise the issue of waste, livestock waste management. So what would be the best response by Azerbaijan to degradation of pastures? Of grazing or pastures. Maybe grazing would be even better because without changing pasture, by changing the pattern they are used. Okay, maybe. You can adapt pastures by, for example, changing the composition of species on the pasture. So you can do both. Okay, let's have grazing or pastures matter. But the key word is here is adaptation. And actually, 1 week ago, I was on a conference on climate change in Istanbul, and there was his discussion that not enough money is allocated to adaptation. It's important to allocate more climate funds to adaptation. Bosnia and Herzegovina, please.
Well, we don't have any pastures, so we don't have any problems with that. As colleagues from Ukraine said that we have problems with waste disposal, so we can't say anything about this.
Okay, but his statement that we don't have any pastures, I don't want to bring to Bosnia and Herzegovina, but I don't believe that if you
so it's a small just capacities. I mean,
if you have cows,
yeah.
if you have goats and you have sheep, most likely you use some pastures.
Well, yeah.
Otherwise,
It's just small capacities. You know, it's not like
Okay. Well, let's no comments. Georgia, please.
Спасибо. Я думаю, надо пересмотр менеджмента управления пастбищем и новая разработка, научное обоснование улучшения урожайности, их урожайности. Значит, менеджмент и разработка новых методов улучшения.
Можно сказать, что менеджмент и научное обеспечение.
Менеджмент и научное улучшение.
Management and let's put management and science for pastures and science. Кыргызстан, пожалуйста.
Для административного наказания создать инспекции.
Grazing inspections. Basic inspections. Moldova.
So regarding pasture, we also don't have so much pasture, but it's very important here, management, pasture management. And I will refer to circular agriculture to use manure to increase the productivity on pastures. Pasture management.
Okay. Okay. Management and
Pasture management and applying circular agriculture approach to pasture.
Okay. Pasture management and circular agriculture. Да, конечно. Нет, так правильно, деградация — это у нас драйвер. А какой наш... Вы имеете в виду как драйвер?
Да, Юрий, она имеет в виду изменить вот то, что мы выбрали как drivers, добавить к тому, что мы выбрали pasture problem, it also soil degradation problem.
Degradation of pasture. Okay, we can add here soil. Yeah, but this is the part, you're right. Okay. Soil degradation is one of the segments or components of pasture degradation.
Yeah.
Okay, let's not make it too complicated. Let's focus just on pastures because.
And the solution will be circular agriculture.
Yeah, we have circular agriculture. Okay. Thank you. Mongolia, please.
But as a measures for improvement, we can propose incentives for pasture-based farms. And also we would like to see more aggressive introduction of indigenous breeds, which are well adapted on such conditions and capable to produce value-added product. So incentives and indigenous.
Okay. Incentives for pastoralists, incentives for pastures, incentives. No, not intensive. Incentives. Incentive, like when money are paid for something to encourage. Incentive. And local breeds. Like subsidies, for example, when they pay money for doing something. Tajikistan, please.
Использование пастбищ. Управление и улучшение системы использования.
Management. and improvement of the I do not find a better word now. Okay, take it please.
Actually, degradation of pastures is not a driver for Turkey, and we have a very old and very strict law on pastures. So I think I will have no comments on this.
No comments. Okay. Okay. Can you start this? Yeah. If anyone else from Turkey want to add something to this, if you want to comment, please do. Okay. Minister, please. Oh.
The adaptation in Azerbaijan and also updates in Serbia. Can you let us understand this?
Определение продуктивной емкости и деградации пастбищ.
Okay. Inventarization in inventarization and digital data for grazers, shabans. Okay, very good, thank you. Ukraine?
Yeah, I will try to, I mean, I have an idea how the degradation or the pasture can be used for the Ukrainian context, and I think I came up with the idea. So we have the issue with the soil degradation and the pollution of soil, including due to the war and the explosives. So there is one of the solutions for, because I mean, it's a huge areas that were bombarded and suffered. Therefore, this soil for agricultural lands wouldn't be safe to grow food for people there. So one of the solution is conservation of those lands, and maybe pasture can, creating the pastures on the degraded soils can be a solution for our problem, for our context. Yeah, but I'm a bit hesitant in the sense for the transmission. I mean, it's not safe to grow food for people on those lands, but the safety for the animals who will be grazing there, I'm not sure. So that's a question for this. Yeah.
When I listen to this, I see in my imagination cows walking on the minefields and looking. Sorry.
Anyway, we can take adaptation of the rising system, so it's easier. But this is also a topic to discussion, what you said, maybe in the future, in the near future.
Okay, Uzbekistan.
В Узбекистане разработаны рациональные системы использования пастбищ, которые предотвращают дальнейшей деградации. В этой связи я хочу сказать, что рациональное использование и фитомелиорация пастбищ. Путем фитомелиорации можно повысить продуктивность. А если рационально будем использовать систему, будем внедрять, в зависимости от типа пастбищ есть разработаны различные системы.
Существующих разработок. Разработки, как в вашем институте. То есть use application of existing improvement technologies. Existing improvement technologies. Okay, thank you, everyone. And now I don't know how to formulate it. Adaptation, yeah, we had adaptation also here. Ukraine also have word adaptation, but it means it different, I think. Yeah. Quite difficult. I guess we can say maybe well, let me write like this, and then we'll see if everyone agrees or not. I'm not sure it's right, but what I suggest saying improved management plus adaptation to climate change of pastures and breeds, or maybe instead of breeds, animals, because at least in two cases it was mentioned that local breeds, local natural resources should be promoted. I'm not happy about this formulation, but if someone can suggest something better, I would appreciate. Because we have many suggestions, they are all quite similar. All can be summarized or can fit under umbrella of management. I'm really not sure. What do you think? Any ideas how to? Кто у нас может 4-5 словами сказать?
Grazing systems, we change local breeds. Maybe that's quite long.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we have grazing systems suggested by several countries too.
Grazing systems, one of the systems. No need to repeat, I guess, because they overlap each other. Okay.
So
okay, so maybe I will choose from this sentence. Grazing system, and that it could pasture, no?
yeah, or
No? Because grazing system it includes pasture, no? Species and under human basically.
Many animals.
The sentence even longer. We need shorter sentence, not okay. Pasture market grazing.
This like in management.
And
so like it's
okay, let's think about this maybe later because it can be endless. I imagine grazing system, but I guess we need better formulation and yeah.
Probably we need only the five words. The first is management and indigenous breeds. Only 5 words. It includes two concepts as well, right? The pasture management and the protection of indigenous breed.
So no, I actually like it. It sounds good. Okay, I don't have space to write. Okay.
Pasture management and protection of indigenous breeds.
We can do it even shorter. Maybe many of you know this.
Это не просто управление, а устойчивость. Туда очень много что входит. Даже это улучшение.
И на устойчивость, да, и на улучшение. Я надеюсь, что будет более-менее ясно. И можно partial management and protection of ANGR, which means animal genetic resources. Okay, let's make picture of our creation. Okay, and I have now even better idea how I do it. It would be where's this wipe? It will be management of one moment. Even exactly. Actually, not pasture, but management of grazing. What about this? Management of grazing and animal genetic resources.
Maybe also, maybe I can add to Turkey as well. Yeah. So
yes,
rotational grazing. So rotational grazing and also grazing and also breeding of
grazing.
Okay, I will write just land and then we decide how to formulate it. Четыре слова всего раз.
Не охватывается местная порода, которая...
Я согласен, нужно ограничивать, но здесь потому что это будет management and improvement. Okay, I will make picture and erase this to stop discussion. because we have something else to discuss. It is actually not a finish of our work yet. Remember, we had to discuss our work plan and what we want to do. Okay, done. Let's erase it. Когда к формулировке дело подходит, каждый по-своему понимает. У нас к следующему технологии, да? Технология, да. Yeah, we can have maybe let's have 5 minutes, very short break, just to take coffee and drink here, and let's continue.
Virüs tarzı.
Tamam. I don't know I have the pictures. Can you look on your pictures maybe what should be here? It should be
technology.
Yeah, visualization and precise. I don't know what sharing with you. Oh, I can. I don't know what I did, but usually here I see all the old pictures.
Yeah.
But now I have
Pictures of the use
last look. Okay.
Maybe you can go on the other way. So from your side. Yeah.
Oh, maybe. Yes. Okay. We did not write. Did you know? We did not write. You're right. Okay, but what was our selection? What was the choice? We did. We choose for all drivers. Why not? We calculated that we have we did 3 classes or something. Okay, we were talking about visualization and precise class. Yes, no. Pardon. Visualization.
Good afternoon, Yuri.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing? I am attending to this event online.
Yes, welcome. Who is talking? I cannot see you.
I am Munawar.
Welcome.
Yeah.
It's very, very good that you are here with us.
I'm really glad to attend to this workshop, and it's really interesting. Since morning I'm attending, and I sent some of my points via chat.
Oh, you did. We did not see. Let us check. Yunus, we'll need to check online participants what they sent us and incorporate in our work. Thank you very much, Munawar. how are you doing in the USA?
Good. I almost being ready to get a professorship degree.
Ah, good progress.
Yeah, in November, not in November, in September we had a workshop in Bishkek. It is Central Asia regional network with the land use land cover change project.
Workshop on what?
And on workshop on land use land cover change.
Ah, okay. Yes, yes.
The using the remote sensing and GIS tool, NASA and USGS products for natural resource management, natural disasters, urbanization, and pastoral resources. We had a 4 direction. No, sorry, agriculture and water resources and water use. For Central Asia countries, we had participants from Mongolia, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and from Kyrgyzstan, and also some professors from Michigan State University, Michigan Technical University, and from NASA Land Use Land Cover Change Program. Some of the topics what you discussed here, we also had a discussion, especially using the latest remote sensing tools, satellite images, and then more for pasture management and the data shortage, and then creating that database for vegetation, for pasture, for livestock species. I'm sorry, is it okay for you to talk or you have no time?
No, it's fine. It's coffee break now, so yeah, we can talk briefly. There's a listening talks here, but it's fine. Actually, what you're talking about, we are trying to do something similar in now. We want to use remote sensing images and design a management plan in one of the districts of Turkmenistan. So if you are interested, we can later on talk about this. It is a small project. I don't know if there could be any involvement, but I guess it might be interesting for you. Just
Yes, sure. Let me know. I would be glad, and I'm interested, of course, in because we can exchange our latest knowledges and share what we have.
And also recently we had a suggestion from one of our senior colleagues that we might need to do assessment in some of our countries, like maybe Tajikistan, maybe Moldova, on the different scenarios of livestock development and how it could lead in terms of climate change, in terms of social and economic impact. So it would be partly similar to what you did with us several years ago in Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Here I will go grab coffee and
yeah, sure.
Continue.
Thank you.
Возвращаемся, пожалуйста. Будет продолжать там. Начинаем. Да, спасибо.
Рассказать.
Let's continue. This now, and frankly, I could not find where I wrote it down, and if I wrote it. Okay. So as far as I remember, the driver is initialization or a low adoption of initialization and precision technologies in livestock production. Please correct me because I'm not sure if I remembered correctly and I cannot find my writing. It was like that, right? That's what we identified. Okay. Okay, if it is correct, then please now propose your solutions, how, well, in this case, obviously, how to escalate, how to accelerate adoption of these new technologies, digitalization and the precision livestock production in your country. Your ideas for response, and Azerbaijan first, please.
Research,
Scientific research. So research and promotion.
Please. Same, actually, is research and promotion. Yeah, the same. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
And Georgia?
Вот не даст возможность коррупции.
Да, мы сейчас поговорим об ответах, то есть как именно внедрить обучение, вы сказали, да?
Да, обучение-то.
Education. Same. Kyrgyzstan, please. Kyrgyzstan, please. Yeah.
It's yesterday in the presentation, digitalization of pasture management system was already in Kyrgyzstan, so now we have to integrate it into the system.
Integrate into
systems, so they can use that software we developed.
the national systems of what?
Pasture management.
Pastures.
Software, so they can use it to
Use better here what application of newly developed
yes.
Software.
Software or digital software.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moldova?
Motion of digitalization and IT softs for livestock and adoption of purchases. It's the same. It's the same. Promotion of digitalization and IT softs in livestock sector.
So promotion technologies. Yeah. Okay. Mongolia. Yeah.
We need the integrated e-agriculture system that would be more user-friendly.
Making
Integrated e-agriculture system, user-friendly. Integrated, user-friendly. Probably it would be also the keyword. User-friendly. Agriculture system.
These actions, and also we have a side comment that we should not overestimate the importance of new technologies, because at the end we need to have capable people which would be able to manage whatever needs to be managed on the level of the farm or beyond. So back to the first, mobilization of agriculture extension service in order to do the proper implementation of the new technologies.
In 2 words, you can say improvement of extension services and HR, and human resources. Thank you. Improvement of extension services and HR, human resources. Yeah, human resources. Tajikistan, please. Okay. Unified database, unified, united, common database. Turkey, please.
We must look at the definitions. Are we talking about IT information technologies? Broadly, I would suggest ICT, information communication technologies. And these technologies, of course, must involve integrated systems. About precision farms, livestock farming, that's not the concept. The concept is mainly on already we can get accelerometers, etc.
But all things adapted under umbrella of digitalization because
Technologies would be my suggestion.
Promotion. Because we did then we see it has to research, to education, then we have promotion, we have integration. So you suggest that best to do is to promote what is already available, right?
Promotion on.
Okay. So promotion of ICT, which is information and communication technologies.
Yes, promotion of ICT and PLF technologies.
ICT and PLF, which means precision livestock farming. Yeah, that's so good. Yeah. Thank you.
You know, these technologies are available in many forms. So research should be included at this stage because lots of technologies are available. So we must choose the to be used. So we would I believe.
We don't invent bicycles in Rwanda. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Грузинские акции, кого читают мысли. Опять-таки возвращаясь, вот, продолжение очень хорошее, мы тоже планировали об этом сказать, то есть подготовка специалистов, именно включение дисциплины, изучение цифровизации в высшие учебные и средние учебные заведения, обязательно случай.
Спасибо. Educational specialist, Hello, Georgia. Ukraine, please.
I suggest financial support for small and medium enterprises for use of digitalization in general.
For smallholders.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Something. Smallholders. Yeah.
Поскольку применение в пастбищном хозяйстве цифровых технологий – это новое направление, пока специалистов нет в этой области, поэтому мы согласны с туркменским товарищем, вот необходимо подготовить по применению цифровых технологий.
Спасибо. СМС Туркменистан. Okay, now I'm thinking, can we summarize it as education of specialists and promotion of existing solutions? Capacity building is education, education will be part of capacity building here. For the infrastructure? Yeah, but here we're not talking about infrastructure so much. We just talking about building of human capacity to use the solutions and actually promote, advertise, which also will include extension services, which were rightly mentioned by Serbian colleagues. So let's see, if you say like this, education, integration of developed solutions like Kyrgyzstan is basically also a promotion, encouraging of use of these tools. So basically, we can. I'm trying to put crosses, pluses against each. Thank you. I'm putting pluses to each proposed, against each proposed solution, which includes education or promotion. So because I suggested in the final solution, we can combine these two, education and promotion or encouragement of application of use of this solution. So in Kyrgyzstan case, integration basically means promotion of use of application. Moldova, promotion. Mongolia, I'm not sure what did you mean by integration. It is also encouragement to apply, or integration like combining with something else. What was your what? Okay, so then you can add, put plus here. Improvement of extension services, which is about the promotion, about transfer of knowledge to smallholders, for example. So that's absolutely also falls under this. Unified common database, it is a unique thing. I don't think this falls under here. Promotion, Turkey. Plus Turkmenistan, education. Ukraine, financial support for smallholders for IT, also to encourage them to adapt, to start using the tools, right? So also the same. And Uzbekistan, education of specialists. So I will write this sentence. Education of specialists and promotion of, I would use English word application. Application означает по-русски применение. То есть образование специалистов и содействие применению этих инструментов. Это понял, да? Application, в английском application означает применить на практике and promotion of application of okay, it would be let's say ICT, for example, something like that. So I suggest this wording: education of specialists and promotion of application of ICT. So basically, it probably would cover many of the intended solutions, because in reality, if you want digital tools to be used. We need to have specialists who know how to use them, and also we need to basically advertise, to promote, to encourage people to use it. So, would you agree with this? Okay, хорошо. Thank you very much. So with this we're finished. So these 4 sentences we will also communicate to the global meeting. And now we will move to the final part, which will be work planning. Я через пару минут посмотрю свои записи, точнее, один email посмотрю, и я предложу, читаю вам кое-что, идея у меня есть интересная, даже не моя идея, но тема для обсуждения. А пока я посмотрю, я предлагаю всем ваши мысли сказать по поводу того, что мы должны делать на протяжении следующего года. Я уже об этом говорил, что мы должны это обсудить. Уже коллеги ко мне подходили и предлагали там проекты, показывали. Но нужно понимать, что какие проекты мы не можем внедрять в рамках глобальной программы по устойчивому животноводству, то есть мы не можем там что-то закупать, раздавать кому-то. А какие-то такие вещи, как семинары, онлайн-семинары вообще без проблем, физически нужно смотреть. Какие-то оценки, исследования, вот такие вещи мы можем делать, можем проводить. И я приглашаю вас всех высказать свое мнение, что мы можем сделать на протяжении следующего года, то есть от этого октября до следующего октября.
So I will share what we do, and I think your contribution will be very much appreciated. Yeah, by the way, I'm representing the NGO called Eco Action. We are environmental NGO in Ukraine, and agriculture is one of the topics that we are working with. We established collaboration with the agricultural advisors of Ukraine, and well, actually, in few weeks, the training with them on the nutrients management, and synthetic fertilizers and pest management as well. Yes, and we only had the first training, and we really want to develop this.
Services issues related to the fertilizers
like your guidance that you shared before in the morning. It's
guidelines.
Yeah, guidelines. I see that it's a very valuable source for our work, but it's always welcome to hear from like from the first-hand representatives of the FAO. So I would like to invite you or your colleagues who worked with those guidelines to participate in the upcoming trainings. Maybe not in few weeks, but later on next year, because we want to have like a close collaboration with them, and we see the agricultural advisors as a very like a crucial like a connection between like us, the NGO, or and the farmers. So they're important multiplicators of the knowledge, and
Yeah, first of all, I like your idea about using extension services for transferring information on environmental friendly livestock production and stuff like that, because I basically have capacity to work with the farmers and that their function. that's good. Then you mentioned LEAP guidelines. LEAP guidelines actually are not really for farmers. They are for scientists, so that science-based data is generated, which can be used later on for decision making. So I don't know how extension services can do something with the guidelines. They may use the information generated after running assessments, but using guidelines, I'm not sure. So I don't know. It's not really clear to me. And one more point I forgot to mention at the very beginning. We are brainstorming and we are open to all ideas, realistic, not realistic. But at the same time, it's important to also think about funding sources. At this point, we don't have actually any funding because we are at the beginning of a new biennium. We are going through biennial planning process till January, and some activities can be funded, and I already have some ideas what can be funded, but by no means we can promise anything here. But even if you don't have a funding source, it's good to have a project idea for future, and sometime when the funds become available, we can quickly apply. And also, I will do my best to try to find funding for something to be done in framework of the global agenda, but also I would encourage you, some of you have connections to governments, to big business, to international donors. So if you can propose what we can do and also propose where we can take money for that, it would be very, very much welcome and appreciated. So keep that in mind, please. Yeah, thank you. And I'm not sure about connection of LEAP guidelines to the extension services. They are more for scientific, science-minded people, for scientists, for
Many of
experts.
them are scientists, yes.
Sorry?
Many of them are scientists.
But their goal is to transfer knowledge from universities, from academia to the farmers, especially smallholders. So they are transforming, they do knowledge transfer. That's why. Okay, one more comment.
Thank you. I would like to clarify agriculture extension service in our case. So agriculture extension service has nothing to do with the science. It's actually the point for the technology transfer, and we have very few PhD hired. In total, Serbia has 258 specialists capable to tackle any point of the farm production. So we are talking about horticulture or milk production or whatever. So there are in total, if I'm not wrong, 36 points, yeah, across the countries. And it's for free at the moment. So everything is paid by budget, except each of unit is capable to run commercial business. Let's say if they're doing soil analysis, or if they're doing feed analysis. So, and that's the purpose of agriculture extension service. So they're getting the data from universities or research centers, and they're applying it to the farm.
Yeah, that's exact and precise definition of the extension services and how they should work. They transfer knowledge, and actually it is very good to hear that the system functions in Serbia, in one of the countries, because I don't know if any other country can tell us that it works in their own country, because I'm not aware of that. Sometimes these extension services are working on limited geographic scale and on a very limited temporal scale, usually because they are funded by international donors. And as long as project is funded, these extension services work. Then funding is over and then cannot self-sustain. So donors often say that, okay, you should charge money, but how you can charge money from a person who has one cow? I mean, you cannot charge much. It's very good that government is paying in some cases, because I know in Ukraine, I guess in all the regions, these such services were established, and as far as I remember, even they were divided among several donors. So like in one region, it would be American donors paying, in one German, something like that. I don't remember the system, but it was quite comprehensive about 15 years ago, if I'm not wrong. Now, I guess only some most sustainable, most resistant are still alive, and maybe my knowledge outdated because I did not work with Ukraine for a long time, but I believe that Dnipro, Lviv, and Kyiv only still work. Poltava also. So out of 25 regions, only 4 are still working.
Which is the easiest way, yes, I think, for cooperation. If you in conference or meetings in each country, we can just put this information among our community and we can participate. We don't need money for participation, but we can cooperate in this way. And maybe on this way we can find some common ideas for future projects. This is the simplest and easiest way.
Yeah, absolutely. It is very first step to share information and invite each other to online meetings. It does not require any investment except our own time, which also can be valuable, but still it is the easiest. But actually, this topic of extension services, which Anna started talking about, and we are continuing talking about this, is very interesting and very promising direction. Let us maybe think and consider what we can do together to improve knowledge transfer to especially smallholders, especially the backyard livestock keepers. That's important. But okay, so far I don't see a clear idea from which source we can find funding for this and what we can do. What do you mean funding for what exactly? No, I can elaborate. Explain us. Okay. Then okay, we will wait for further comments, further ideas. And meanwhile, I would like one comment, please.
Yes, just translating. So we discussed with my colleague from Kyrgyzstan, and we will also approach our state structures and Ministry of Agriculture. If they agree and if they are interested, we would be very happy to organize next meeting in October in Kyrgyzstan. Yeah, this is all of you invited if they are interested. And what cooperation, yeah. So yesterday during my presentation, I said that there is a network, a regional pasture network of Central Asia. And I have my colleagues from Tajikistan, so they are very good, knowledgeable people. So we would like to organize a webinars so they can share their knowledge about the livestock husbandry, so they can, if they can give a speech there, webinar. And so there was a very interesting information that selected about the plant species to restore pastures if they are ready to share that information, will be very nice. And network worldwide, so that we have also regional chapter in Central Asia and Mongolia, I think. And it would be good to just at some point to connect with them, just to avoid overlapping, because there is already a network of FAO network. So if we can combine and avoid that overlappings, that would be also nice.
Yeah, indeed. First, your second part of your comment. I believe that there is a lot of potential for collaboration among and within existing networks. The network which you mentioned, we have Daily Asia. We have ambition and idea to create a yak production network. By the way, we had interest for this from several countries. I guess even collaboration among some organizations which are part of our meeting today would be very useful, because your organization, Camp Plateau, is amazing. You have so much potential. You are doing so much. It is incredible. I guess many, if not like 99% of organizations, NGOs in the region could learn something from you. Then we had Yolda in Turkey. They are doing amazing job. Did you know them before coming here? You see two organizations which are doing a great job, but not connected. So I encourage us to collaborate, to get connected in the framework of GASL. That's my answer to the second part of your comment. Regarding the first part, we discussed, I spoke personally with several of you about next regional meeting. And yes, I'm already considering different options and looking, but there are several important points to consider before making any decision. First, at this stage, we have no money committed absolutely. So at this stage, we don't have. I guess by January, I will have some information if I have money or how much money I have and from which source. Then I'm pretty sure that maybe 90% that I'll get money, but don't know from where and how much. And it is important for deciding where to do the next meeting. Important to understand where money would come from, because usually money for such meetings like this, part of money come from our sub-regional office in Ankara. They come usually in quite limited amount and with one important condition, that I cannot spend them on any country outside of the sub-region. And our sub-region, as you probably know, is Turkey, Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan. So 7 countries. That means that if I get most money from this source, I have to do it in one of these countries. That Kyrgyzstan, of course, can be an option. On the other hand, if I get most money from the HQ, from global level, from Rome, then I would be much more flexible with this money. And in that case, I would consider doing, because we need to move back to Eastern Europe a little bit, so consider to do the meeting maybe in Moldova, or I was thinking about one of Balkan countries. I don't know why, but I'm very curious about Bosnia and Herzegovina. If they would want us to go there and if we have money, maybe we can talk about this. So at this stage, it is very unclear but it would be great to have several options, and we can talk about that in more details after January. That's first thing. Second thing, and very important, we don't know where we will have next global meeting. As you know, last year we had a global meeting in Ireland. This year we are going to have it in Thailand. Before it was in Mongolia, in USA, in Panama, in Ethiopia. I don't know, I don't remember all the countries, but it is 13th meeting now, so in many, many places. What I heard from management of GASL is that potentially they are open to have meeting in one of our countries, especially they are considering Turkey probably because Turkey is so well known as a touristic hotspot and so on. But I guess it is not like the only choice. It can be in many other countries. But again, we don't have now enough information to understand what are our options, because first question is about money. It can be that GASL will give money for everything, which in that case we will have much more choice where to do it, but also it is possible that GASL will not have enough money to fund everything itself, and GASL would ask countries if they can contribute. In the past, it happened quite often. Ireland contributed a lot to host the meeting. Then before we planned meeting in Switzerland and France, contributed a lot, even so meeting was basically online because of the corona. And so on. USA contributed a lot. I don't know about Mongolia, how it was contributed or not, contribute as well, right? So very often countries contribute. So it can be possible that the GASL can say that, okay, part of money we expect from the country to contribute. And then question is, can Kyrgyzstan or can Moldova contribute or not? So we need, are you sure that that's not it? Okay.
We have another network.
Okay.
In countries, but not for the European side. I mean, we can cover expenditures for guests from Central Asia.
Okay, sounds really good.
I mean, I'm not promising it for 100%, but we do have resources for it. And if we will start communicating, maybe at some point we can.
Okay, so sounds very good. Maybe later on we will see how much money we have, and then we will consult with you, see how much money you have, and then we will decide. So these are two questions: where to hold next regional meeting and where to have next global meeting. This is open, and we actually start discussing this issue in 3 weeks in Thailand, and I guess final decision will be made not earlier than January next year. So it is under consideration. Next, what I sorry. Next, what I suggest, I suggest continue working on LEAP. LEAP is also a member of GASL on the global level. LEAP, Elastic Environmental Partnership, which I did presentation about. So this year we got very good positive experience in 6 countries of our sub-region: Turkey, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan. In each of these countries, we did trainings and we had this experience. This training was on biodiversity. I told it before. We did not do anything on this in Eastern Europe. That's why I would encourage our members of the global agenda, our participants from Moldova, from Ukraine, from Serbia and Herzegovina, sorry, Bosnia and Herzegovina and Serbia, sorry, I apologize, and other countries, and also Georgia, Armenia is not here, but also we can do this capacity building exercise in your countries quite easily because the model is already like practically proven. So we just do the same teaching materials. We bring the same consultant, and he can do, and we will have in each country, I don't know, 10, 15 people who know how to use this. But for this, I don't have money also yet. I think that we will consult with my colleague Aran, he stepped away, about possibility of getting funds for this region. For Central Asia, Azerbaijan and Turkey, I suggest that we decide what other guidelines we need to build capacity on. Probably these would be guidelines related to climate change. For example, soil carbon. For this, I will try to find money also before New Year. If you have any idea, you can, when you have free time, go to the website which I presented, the LEAP website, and choose one of the guidelines in addition to biodiversity, which you want your experts in your country to have trained on. And I will try to bring money and bring the trainer to your country, like we did with biodiversity in the summer. Yes, please.
So, thank you for your informing about the LEAP actually. So for the involving in the LEAP, so what is required actually? So to be an NGO or so academic department can be a member or to involve in the LEAP, yeah. So
yes, absolutely.
That's possible, yeah.
Yes.
So.
I will help you to connect with Sang Yu Song, who is a manager, and he will explain what the paperwork should be done. It's quite simple, so you can become. It is a process quite similar, maybe a little bit more complicated, but similar to becoming GASL member. By the way, you are also encouraged to become a GASL member. So far from Turkey, we have official 2 members. This is Yolda and Ankara University. Your university also can become a member of GASL.
Thank you very much.
And I guess in general from other countries, maybe from Mongolia we have someone, but from other countries we don't have many official members. But you all are encouraged. It is not hard. It is, I guess, 1 or 2 page document which you need to sign, stamp by your rectorate or management of your university or your NGO, and send it to Eduardo, and you officially become the member, and your logo will be displayed on the website and stuff like that. So it is not difficult. So please do it, and if you are interested, please join GASL, please join LEAP. So I said that about my plans of what to do with our chapter with GASL in our region. I will try to find money for the regional meeting. I'm sure I will find at least some. Then we can discuss who will host the global meeting, starting discussion in Thailand. And I will also try to find money for LEAP guidelines in Central Asia countries, and maybe in Eastern Europe, but it's also very, very, very unclear. So I'm just telling this not because I'm sure that I will find this money. I'm telling this because I invite you to search for resources as well. So maybe in Serbia you have some European funds which you can use for LEAP training or something, or Bosnia, for example. So maybe you can find European Union funds to do the training, because the European Union is actually involved at the management level in LEAP. So they know, some people there, they know what it is about. So, or maybe we will find this or something else. And also, just yesterday we started discussion with
Microphone.
Raymond Yuri. He asked a question to Eran, me, and other colleague, Tibor. What was the outcome of the recent sustainable livestock meeting which we had in HQ on 23rd, 26th or something of September. Because in some countries there are very practical questions. What this all global talk about livestock impact on the environment and on the climate, what practical implication it has? Does it mean that we have eventually to reduce the number of livestock, like is being done now already in, I guess, in Netherlands, right? And Ireland, I think, I'm not wrong. Or we can find another way to decrease impact. What are different models for livestock development, of livestock impact on the ecosystems and on social life and on the economy? So he suggested, and I believe that probably he has on mind some budget sources. I would just read what he wrote because I believe it is good start for developing our initiatives. If we could we launch a pilot analysis for one of our countries in the region to look into the into these close, livestock and climate change, and eventually coming up with a scenario based on some climate models. For example, would be in position to predict the development of CO2 emissions if we increase, for example, livestock in Moldova, and to what extent. But what would be other gain in terms of livelihood development, income generation, and rural development? Similar issues could be also for Georgia or Tajikistan. So basically, this is an invitation to initiate some analysis, some assessment in these three mentioned countries, but I guess it is not limited to this. If we justify that this could be done also in, I don't know, Kyrgyzstan or somewhere else, it also can be done. And this means that this would be analysis from all three, from the viewpoint of all three pillars of sustainable development: environmental, social, and economic. I immediately suggested that basically we cannot do analysis in a country when we don't have capacity in the country. We need two things to do analysis. We need access to reliable science-based data, and we need to have in the country people who can analyze this data. So I suggested that let's first do the LEAP training. So we will teach experts in the country how to use our guidelines, how to do the assessment, and only after that we can do the assessment itself. But this would cover only one aspect, the environmental impact of livestock. Then we have to cooperate with other colleagues in our office who would focus, who would target economic aspects and social aspects. So in view of this idea, in addition to the countries which are already mentioned in this message, do you think such analysis with development of scenarios for development of livestock and impact on social and economic and environmental aspects would be interesting or useful in your countries? Okay, yeah, Moldova already mentioned in this message, but what other countries, in addition to Moldova, Georgia, and Tajikistan, would say about this?
We're interested, and we will try to do this anyway in the project or outside of the project, because I reach point that we just to discuss this for Ukrainian police conditions.
LEAP separately. I think that in Ukraine also it would be great to do the training and do the assessment. Any other countries, any other views on this? Do we need such assessment? Do we need such data? Do we need to have such study?
Because EU project, and we try to as ability. So they give us tools, and they will explain us how does it work and what should be done. So it's interesting for me, it's new for me, and we take a couple of pilot farms and we make this assessment, and we will see the results, and maybe we can apply the same farms with the other tools we have shown. We have already contacted this farm, so it's just interesting because it's you. We can make a publication, so it's interesting.
Yes, thank you. Actually, it goes beyond the application because it has a very practical implication of providing opportunity to develop new projects and not only projects like by FAO or other donors, but also commercial project investment projects. So it has a lot of potential. Okay, any other comments on this? Okay. If you have no comments on this, I would like to ask again if you have any other suggestions or ideas what we should do over next year in framework of our regional chapter. So I mentioned LEAP training, I mentioned the annual meetings, and I mentioned this analysis for several countries. What else?
Действительно, вот обучение в Таджикистане в онлайн-режиме, это хорошо, но всегда обучение не помешает. Всегда надо. Да.
Касается
Я, услышавшая наши, которые выступили, получилось такое предложение. Мы сегодня работали плодотворно, определили 4 направления приоритетов. Эти приоритеты вы будете наше имени в Таиланде будете представлять. И в случае, когда будет финансирование, вот сегодняшней нашей работы.
это касается региона или включено балканских стран.
Это сегодняшней нашей работы.
Не согласен? Следующий день.
стратегии по власти.
Да, на самом деле было бы очень полезно сделать которые мы четыре ответа,
которые в науке, которые работают в институтах, которые работают в университетах. Может, нам в самом деле нужно подумать, чтобы совместно подготовить несколько таких коротких исследований. Это не должно быть очень намного страниц, но должно быть, по сути, отображать именно эту проблему, ответы на эти проблемы в контексте нашего региона и в контексте тех изменений, которые происходят в последнее время. Вот давайте над этим подумаем. Может, мы сделаем как раз такие 4 брошюрки и сделаем такой как бы неформальный, даже может не стоит это делать нам индивидуально, а вот от одного института, один институт дает какую-то часть текста, информации, да, другой институт. Это все мы комбинируем, чтобы как бы даже не зависеть от отдельных авторов, потому что есть люди там, кто-то занят, кто-то заболел. Мы знаем, допустим, что вот институт, университет, да, вас, обязан написать там 3 страницы об управлении там пастбищ или по распределению заболеваний на пастбищах, допустим. Вот вы работаете над этой главой. Вы там, допустим, работаете над главой о местных локальных породах овец. Ну, как-то так. Это у меня такие мысли на ходу, я еще не очень их сформировал. Может, вы даже лучше сейчас подумаете и увидите, как это может выглядеть. Но чтобы сделать вот такие 4 публикации по 4 драйверах и ответах и опубликовать совместно, я думаю, кстати, будет даже очень неплохо для тех, кто работает в академической структуре, такую публикацию иметь. И это будет такая полезная вещь, но ограничить ее по объему, чтобы это не были сотни страниц, потому что тогда не специалисты читать не будут, и оно не будет иметь применения. А так, если это будет по каждой тематике до 10 страниц, и потом эту короткую публикацию 10 страниц может предоставить ваши министерства, и люди посмотрят, и может какие-то мысли в конце концов дойдут до законодательства. Но это как идея, как вы считаете? Хорошо, коллеги, что еще? Какие у вас еще идеи? Я знаю, что уже времени, да, много прошло, уже мы... Да, согласен, спасибо. Уже скоро нужно заканчивать, но тем не менее, если есть еще идеи, комментарии, пожалуйста. А там пиво не скиснет. Хорошо, коллеги, тогда всем спасибо, если нет больше комментариев. Приятного вам отдыха. И завтра, как вы знаете, будет еще первого.
Or something at I will begin the 2 o'clock afternoon. So please be at the reception at meeting tomorrow morning. Okay, if you